So we are waiting for what the government asked for. Noguchi, we are hoping that the right thing is done and he receives the necessary punishment that he deserves. Or if the punishment is too big, maybe he will be dealt with accordingly. So we will leave it in the hands of the national security and the NIB to deal with him appropriately.
The NIB suggested that, if nothing else, Mr. Champong was in breach of the Electronic Communications Act 2008 and would be prosecuted on those grounds if and when he returns to Ghana. But are you satisfied that with this press conference that you gave yesterday, you have been able to completely exonerate yourselves as members of staff of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, and that your integrity and your expertise will not be questioned in future?
Great. So what we did yesterday is just the step, and it's one of the steps that we have taken, and we are believing and hoping that the media, who are our friends and our partners, will send this across. And this is not the only way. We are still in consultation with the legal counsel of the University of Ghana, which we are part of, to come to conclude the matter. Let me put it that way. So the pressure is just one of them. And in the future, we will come back and communicate with the public again what further steps have been taken. So we want to appeal to all the media, everyone out there, the general public. The way when that news came out, it was being shared on social media. I have friends outside Ghana who have sent it to me. We also pray that the same measure will be taken to let everybody know that this is false. For me, from the beginning, I knew it was a propaganda. I knew they were out for an agenda, and I thank God that this has been made clear. So we want to plead with Asaase Radio. Let's continue to nail this. The University of Ghana Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, our staff has been working tirelessly day and night in fight of COVID-19, and what we wish is for Ghanaians to appreciate the work we have done over the year. And so if one person comes out to just bring out this false news against the institution, it's something that really, really demotivated most of our staff. And we are praying and we are hoping that Mr. Kofi Echampong will be dealt with and the media will send the signal straight. And like we have stated clearly, we are assuring the general public that we will continue to provide accurate and reliable COVID-19 test results to everybody in the country and even outside the country.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gloria Obeng-Benefo. Gloria Obeng-Benefo is the Public Relations Officer of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research at Legon, who is telling us about that case involving allegations and Mr. Kofi Echampong, who claimed that a positive COVID-19 test result he produced was subject to an offer by a member of the Noguchi staff who said it could be changed to a negative result for him for a small price of 500 cedis if he wanted to return to the UK. I must say, in connection with that, the friend with whom he went along to the Noguchi to have his test done, to pick up the results, Solomon Amwako, has in fact condemned his friend out of hand and said in his own right, even before the result of these two investigations has been released, that the claims by Mr. Champong were completely fabricated. So we hope a happy end to that story, Kuja.
Happy end. A happy end is if he gets punished for, if he's, if what we're talking about and what we're hearing is true, needs to be punished. There should be clear evidence of punishment for others to know that there's things you can mess around with and there's things you don't mess around with. when it calls into questions, as you were asking her, an institution with the reputation of Noguchi, at a time like this, you cause fear, you cause mistrust, you cause panic. Can't be left to. Can't be left to a simple, oh yeah, and then we carry on. We keep on carrying on in this country. Oh, it's happened. Noguchi has spoken. We move on. No, it's got to be punished.
Well, yes, but unfortunately, given that Mr. Champong lives overseas, there is the.
Well, Asaase has no plans to come back here. Then.
Well, I mean, I think the speculation is that if he does want to return to Ghana, he will be, if he's spotted at Kotoka International Airport, he will be apprehended. But it's rather disappointing, that these allegations have been made. A whole institution and all the staff in it have had their reputations besmirched. And then the person doesn't even bother to pick up the phone when people try to call him in London.
Right. Now, I'm not going to say anything about my thoughts on this particular individual, but we're happy to see some sort of decent end to that. On to the world of sport. And we've got two gentlemen in the studio right now. I believe we have Kwesi Yeboah, captain Achimota Golf Club, and Kweku Asaase of Suhene, secretary for a competition that's coming up. And they're going to tell us all about that competition at the Achimota Golf Club. Why are they doing it at this particular time? Has it happened before? What kind of players are we getting? What's the whole thing? We're going to find out. And we're going to welcome them first to the studio and say, welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Golf has always been perceived as being a little bit of a, not everybody's engaged in golf. So it's great when you guys can come and at least share some thoughts on it as well, as much as talk about the actual competition itself. So, right. Nana, do you play golf?
Well, only insofar as I know how to swing a club around my head. I don't think I'd like to be unleashed on a golf course. But welcome to the studio, gentlemen, and thank you very much for joining us to tell us about the Independence Cup. Sorry, it's Mr.
Kweku
Suhene. You're the competition secretary at the Achimota Golf Club.
Yes, please.
Can you tell us this Independence Cup? How long has it been going?
Well, I think first and foremost, thank you for having us and thank you for coming on board as sponsors of this event. We've had a very long relation with Abuja, our sister clubs in Nigeria. So over a 10-year span, we've been having inter-clubs activities, but rightly due to COVID, we are not able to travel. Hence, the Independence Cup is coming to replace that opportunity, because we've always played it on Independence Day, and then we go to play their Independence Day. So they come for our Independence Day, and we go to Nigeria for their Independence Day. So this year, because we can't have them come in, we decided to go in for the Independence Cup, which is one of its kind. We are having two events in one big. We have the professional event, and then we have the amateurs event.
Okay, and that spans both men's and women's tournaments, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So nice that you found a way of, if you like, plugging the COVID gap, as it's one that many other people have suffered from in other ways. But Mr. Asaase of Suhene, Mr. Amwafi Yeboah, if I can ask you, how do you qualify to take part in the tournament? I mean, is it open to all and sundry? I understand you're expecting people to come from all over the country to take part.
Yes. Of course, the professional event. The professional event has to be. You have to be a professional, registered professional, to be able to take part. But the amateur event is open to all amateur golfers in Ghana, and so we're expecting a fairly large field, but it's going to be managed well under COVID protocols, and we're expected to make the impact that we want to make.
Certainly raise the profile of golf again. So how many days will the tournament span?
The professional event is 2 days, starting Friday, and then starting Friday.
Yeah.
And then the amateur event is 1 day on Saturday.
Okay. For those of us for whom golf is a purely spectator sport, something to look forward to over the weekend, we hope you'll also get the interest from people who want to watch. Will that also be possible under COVID-19 protocols, or will it be only open, as in for the players, because of COVID-19 restrictions?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can allow spectators because the crowd will get too big and it will not be safe.
Now, Kweku Ofosuene, if I can ask you, how many people are you expecting to take part in the professional tournament, roughly?
Okay, so in the professional tournament, we have over 25 professionals around Ghana, coming from the Ashanti, Western, Greater Accra, and they're coming together to play on Friday, starting Friday.
I'm curious, though, what makes you a professional?
Well, so just like any other sport, they take it as their mandate to play golf.
That's what they do.
So they play to the highest point where their talent becomes.
So those are the ones who travel and play in international
Yes, they travel
tournaments.
to play for money.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's their job.
That's
more or
their
less,
job.
yeah.
They play for.
They're the Tiger Woods of Ghana.
They are the Tiger Woods of Ghana, and that is what we want to project, because we have very great talents here in Ghana, which we haven't been able to project to the world. So through these activities, we intend to attract the right investors to invest into the professional golfing in Ghana.
I must say I'm amazed, because I've always associated the idea of golf with people, just sort of having beers in a clubhouse. The idea that there's a sizable body of professionals that you're looking to take part in the tournament is very encouraging. And what's the value of the purse?
So the Independence Cup professional purse is 10,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, so we have them coming to compete for that.
Might even be worth taking up golf myself.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit late. Okay, I'm going to ask about registration. Are you still open for registration? Today's Thursday.
If you want a special registration, I can bring you. We closed registrations yesterday, so because of the COVID protocols, we intend to do things. We need to know who is coming and all of that. So we closed registration yesterday. The draw is ready, and so people are going to know the times they tee off. You need to be at the place not more than 10 minutes before your tee off.
Right.
So
I'm going to ask,
up, and then you get on the course, and then
competition secretary. You must have some rules. Like, must you be playing even as an amateur to a certain par, or anybody? I just play, and I can turn up and say I'm going to play, because that would just be very annoying for somebody who can play a bit better,
Yeah, because of the expected large field and COVID protocols, we have limited it to a certain level of play, a certain level of expertise, and golf is basically designed in such a way that people with different expertise can compete together. So the cutoff in golfing terms is handicap 18, and so if you are above handicap 18, some will still be allowed to play, but they'll have to play to handicap 18. But if you're way above that, you won't be allowed.
Yeah, because like I'm saying, if you're going around the course with somebody who's just hitting the balls into the rough and then you're just you'd be very annoyed. I would.
Yeah, well, quite
frustrated. What time's tee off on when you start on Friday?
On Friday, the professionals tee off from 10 a.m. and then on Saturday, the amateurs tee off from 6 a.m. to 12 noon.
As soon as it's light, really.
Yes.
Okay.
And finally, if I can ask you, Mr. Mwafi Abua, we're pleased to be media partners to the Independence Cup, but are there any opportunities for corporate partnerships with the Cup?
Yes, definitely. Golf has been deemed a rich person's. But I would say, don't wait to play golf. Play golf and wait, because my business started on the golf course, and so there are a lot of opportunities happening. You get to meet a lot of people from different parts of the economy, and depending on what you want to do. If I wanted to come and see you in your office, it will probably
based on a chat whilst walking to the
exactly.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, a game of golf is 3 hours to play, so 3 to 4 hours. So if you get an opportunity to play with somebody that that who you've been trying to see, you have 3 hours or 4 hours to sell whatever it is that you want to sell. So the opportunities for corporates is to partner, to showcase what it is that you have in front of high net worth individuals, high income individuals, basically, and to grow your brand and your business.
Yeah, and I'd like to add something to it. In terms of corporate partnerships, like the way Asaase Radio is partner, we have Lucozade Ghana. That is our beverage sponsor, because we are looking at health and wellness. So we intended to bring a partner that would refresh us and keep us strong.
No sobolo.
And then for the professionals, we have CBG Ghana, sponsoring the professional event. And we have FNB, First National Bank, sponsoring the amateurs event for this year.
I'm curious, historically, when we hear little bits and pieces about, especially Achimota, then when you're doing your national events, you always hear about names like Captain and those kinds of names. Do those names are they still part of the milieu of golf, or have we moved on? Is there a new generation? What's happening?
Not in women's
Well,
golf.
we still have,
especially in women's.
We still have a lot of them in the system, but frankly, we have a lot of young people joining the golf ecosystem today. So the Monarch captains are there, the Maulia Babios are there, the seniors are there, but the young ones are really competing. And so we urge all young corporate people, don't wait till you're old. Just get in now, and then you will be amazed at people you'll be meeting out there.
And if people want to get in touch with you, either about corporate sponsorship or just generally about the organisation of the tournament, do you have a website or a phone number? What's the easiest way of getting in touch with you?
Yes, I think they could just come to Achimota Golf Club. That's where everything happens. We have a management team that will be willing to talk to them, and then we'll see how best we can collaborate to make golf the destination sports for tourism in Ghana.
So you're going to start, and so she'll be coming.
Oh, great.
I'm just registering her now.
In honour of my cousin, he used to be a player, but I don't think I could ever get to be anything like as good.
John Kabori played as well back in the day, Uncle John, those kind of people. So yeah, we know a few people. Sadly, we're not as sporty as they were, but we know one or two.
For yourself, could you?
So Nania will be joining. But before you leave us, then, any final words that you want to give the listeners? Any thoughts before we let you go?
Well, I say that I'd never regretted playing golf, and I don't think anybody would ever regret playing golf. It's a sport you need to take up very early. If we want to develop it, we need to get our kids into golf from a very right age and develop them all through tertiary, secondary, so that when they get out there, they can compete on the international level. There are really good talent here, just like sport. So we urge corporate, parents, anybody that wishes to look into golf to start their kids or come in to see the opportunities that golf brings to the world.
Interesting. So start young. What was the phrase you used, sir? Wait, don't wait.
Don't wait to play golf. Play golf and wait.
Right. Okay. So, former presidential candidate, keen golfer, captain. We can identify them. They think that they're wearing face masks, so we can't see them. So it's good that you could come in and talk to us. And let's see if you can do some more after this competition as well. Let's get some publicity going on what you're doing. And if there are amateur competitions, it's very critical. You start with amateurs, so get more amateur games going so that others can join as well. We're always concerned about the expense, though. Isn't that one of the challenges? And how is that conquered? If you want to start and you're young and you're an amateur, and it's expensive. The clubs are expensive.
For young kids, there are sponsors around who I have personally sponsored some kids, bought them some clubs, from deprived homes and stuff. But you never know where you're going to find the next Tiger Woods. So we try to bring everybody up. For older people starting out, there are beginner sets that don't cost as much. Yeah. Right. So you get in by making the minimum investment that you can, and just to see if you're gonna like it. So that, but trust me, once you get in there, you like it. Most people, who don't know anything about golf think that it's a boring game. People just hit a ball and walk around, but you never. I mean, it'll stretch everything in your body, muscles, your brain. Decision making, everything.
And then you get to network as well.
Exactly.
All right, so the tournament starts when?
On Friday.
And how is it starting, sir? Who's doing what on Friday?
So Fridays, the professionals would play the qualifiers, and then the top 5 would play the next day to finish off. And then on Saturday morning, the amateurs would start at 6 a.m.
And that's the Independence Cup. And who did we have in the studio, Nana?
We had Kwesi Amwafu-Yeboah, the captain of Achimota Golf Club, and Kweku Asare Ufosuhine, the competition secretary of the golf club. And thank you very much for joining us in the studio this morning.
Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to have you on the club. If you are ready, I'm sure, Captain, we can arrange an academy session for you.
If you have the forms here, she'll sign now. If you have the forms here, she'll sign now.
Okay. All right. So then I will send it.
I get the feeling of being set up here.
Coming up next is Business AM from our business desk. And we have been joined in the studio by Nana Oye Walton Ankra. That's coming up next.
Asaase Business. Asaase Business.
Asaase Business.
Asaase Business AM.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Asaase Business AM. I am Nana Oye Ankra. Now, new fiscal policies to shore up revenue base will be one of the major expectations of economists in the 2021 budget. Government is expected to present the 2021 budget to Parliament with a key consideration on economic recovery due to the coronavirus pandemic. Ahead of the presentation, we've been speaking to economists and other stakeholders on their expectations. Now, economist Daniel Amate says he expects to hear policies that will help increase revenue generation.
It's a possibility, but I would advise for now they should be able to exercise some restraint because of the impact of COVID-19. Industries are now trying to bounce back. Individuals have lost their jobs. They are trying to reorganize themselves. And though the nation needs a lot of resources to be able, as to say, to be able to close physical challenge that may emerge. However, in an attempt to introduce any policy, for instance, the critical among is about increased taxation or introduce some sort of taxation, and they need to tread cautiously, especially taxes that will be imposed, which may not have a ripple effect on the livelihood of the citizens, because the situations are not so pleasant as it is now because of COVID-19. Businesses are down there. So, of course, it is a possibility, but I would have advised that for now they should exercise some restraint as we monitor the trend. The second wave of COVID-19, as businesses bounce back and then individuals are back on economic activities, then we can quickly look at how we can start. Of course, in doing that, they can look at areas that when they place the tax, it may not have a very huge resultant impact on the livelihood of the citizens. Rather, that way it will create another social issue.
All right. Many thanks for your contribution, the economist.
And that was economist Daniel Amate speaking to my colleague Abuaje Riafi. Now, the Ghana Union of Traders Association has warned if government delays in having a dialogue with Benin over current trade issues, there will be huge losses in revenue. Guta says Benin's decision to pull out of the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS trade agreement is affecting businesses locally, leading to losses in revenue. Now, the French-speaking country, which is Benin, has for some time now closed its borders to other West African countries and has also increased trade tariffs. It has as well stopped other countries from exporting their goods to the country. The move by Benin has become worrying also because Benin is a senior corridor between Ghana and Nigeria. Therefore, transitioning of goods from Ghana to Nigeria has been greatly affected. Now, renewing their calls for government to act swiftly, Guta says the earlier government moved to dialogue with its Benin counterpart, the better for Ghanaian traders.
I also plead with the Ghanaian leadership to go to Benin, because this action is not meant for Ghana, to iron out things with them, and especially having ratified the Continental Free Trade, the onus lies on Benin also to do what is right, especially when they are member of the Continental Free Trade.
And you had President for Guta, Joseph Obeng, there. Now, former Chief Executive of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Alex Mode, says government's plan to build a petroleum hub in the country may suffer if regulatory structure within the energy sector is not improved. One of the major projects government intends to undertake to boost the energy sector is the development of a petroleum hub for the West African sub-region. The aim is to meet the demands of the West African sub-region and eventually the entire continent, and further develop Ghana's petroleum downstream subsector. Now, government gave approval for the establishment of the much-awaited petroleum hub in the Western region to house all infrastructure projects in the petroleum industry. The hub will accommodate a refinery to process crude oil into various petroleum products and manufacturing plants for the processing of fertilizer from the byproducts of oil. Alex Mode has been speaking on this development.
It's absolutely right. The hub is expected to be located on a 20,000-acre land somewhere in Bonyere, a traditional area in the Jomoro district in the Western region. Key infrastructure to be developed include jetties, storage tanks, refineries, LNG facilities, hub transmission infrastructure, power plants. This is a laudable, visionary type of project. However, government must ensure that certain measures are in place to make this agenda a success or a reality, given the upcoming competition from the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery in Nigeria as well. Also given current competition from offshore Lome, where the enabling environment has been created to berth vessels carrying large quantities of cargo and enable them to break bulk for distribution across the sub-region. Questions that need to be answered include, is the regulatory structure efficient enough to attract private investors? How will the hub be integrated into the local oil and gas industry? And what is the extent of local participation?
And that was former Chief Executive for the GNPC, Alex Mode. Let's talk about Namibia, because the Bank of Namibia has painted a hopeful picture for the Namibian economy, predicting growth of 2.7% for this year. This, however, largely hinges on the opening of the global economy, mass vaccinations domestically, and trading partners. The central bank did not attribute the projected growth to any local plans, such as the envisaged Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which was supposed to be launched at the end of last month. The BON warned that risks to domestic growth are lingering in the corridors, and the growth is still dominated by uncertainty around the impact of the COVID-19. In Nigeria, the Nigerian Stock Exchange indices dropped further by 0.44%. The market recorded 30 losers against 16 gainers. Sell pressure continued on the nation's bears on Wednesday, with indices dropping further by 0.44% due to profits taken in MTN Nigeria Communications and 29 other stocks. Consequently, the all-share index dipped 175.56 points to close at 39,522 naira, compared with 39,697 naira, which was recorded on Tuesday. Also, investors lost 91 billion naira in value as the market capitalization dropped to 20.679 trillion naira. Let's go to Beta Tibiga for that of the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Midweek's trading session ended on the Ghana Stock Exchange with a sole gainer out of 5 listed equities that participated in trading activity. Cowbank, the second most traded equity with 31,943 shares changing hands, is shorter by 3.75% to close at 83 pesos per share. MTN Ghana was the most traded equity, trading 9,834,737 equities, and Standard Chartered Bank followed as third most traded equity with 2,923 shares, trading at 18 Ghana cedis 15 pesos per share, and EcoBank at 7 Ghana cedis 20 pesos, traded 447 shares. GCB Bank was the fifth traded equity with 320 shares changing hands at 4 Ghana cedis 50 pesos per share. This saw total volume go up by 286% and total value was up by 941% comparing it to Tuesday's trading session, as a total of 9,870,370 shares traded on the exchange at a market value of 8,246,973.78 Ghana cedis.
And look at how the cedi is faring this morning. For $1, you will need 5 cedis, 73 pesos. You will need 8 cedis in the peso for the British pound. The euro is going for 6 cedis, 91 pesos. The Chinese yuan is selling at 89 pesos. The South African rand is going for 38 pesos. And the naira is selling at 71 pesos. And that'll be it for Asaase Business AM. I am Nanoye Ankra. Do join the team again at 12 for Asaase Business News at midday. Have a good morning.
Asaase Business. Asaase Business.
Asaase Business.
Asaase Business AM.
Right in the city of Accra, 30 minutes drive from the Kotoka International Airport, the Knightsbridge is Africa's first affordable luxury housing. The 1, 2, and 3 bedroom luxury apartments feature a gorgeous living area with natural illumination, a well-fitted kitchen, and a master bedroom with stunning ensuite, and the perfect bathroom for you. With breathtaking views, the Knightsbridge contemporary lifestyle is the norm. It's the perfect community. 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments available starting from $27,500. Contact us now 0204 9508 10 or 0208 708 435. You can visit us on our website at www.rehobothpropertiesgh.com or email us sales@rehobothpropertiesgh.com.
The Ghana Trade Fair Company, under the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the One District, One Factory Secretariat, welcomes you to the 25th Ghana International Trade Fair, the premier virtual edition, under the theme, Developing New Trade Opportunities Through Digital Channels. It will be 1 month of exhibition and enterprise, offering manufacturers, suppliers, consumers, and various service providers the opportunity to network and make sales. This February, over 500 local and international exhibitors, factories featuring companies under 1D1F, Rural Enterprises Program, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and more, all on one virtual platform from the 27th of February to the 28th of March. Get access to a virtual networking lounge, allocation of a virtual booth, and enjoy a unique virtual experience. Visit our website on www.straightfairgh.com to register or call 024 446 9451 or 050 001 5587. Don't miss out.
In this COVID period, the mask is a must. Wait!
A public service announcement from Asaase Radio.
The Asaase Breakfast Show.
Asaase Radio 99.5. All the biggest names in music play here.
Our casa casa, our remote away. FDM my bread. Emrami uono, na uofa intimate makumeni na mao. Na mimi sese ni uofa no sana usubantio. Se odoye ni na uofa. Se odoye ni nisika. To come and make up, na baby and my bread. Come and make up, a baby and my pie. Come and make up, na baby and me tijayo. Baby wa mo fechi mensu afame. Menim saka mama, baby usikechi mama dani akwa o. Menim saka mambo. Come and make up. Come on, na baby and my bread.
Okay, we're still in Ghana month all this month, and we're playing the best of Ghana, and you're hearing it from DJ Rennie as we wait to get into our editors forum this morning. But let's have a little bit more of this, and then when we come back, we'll talk about the what's happening generally around there. Okay.
Farsight Enterprise, Tokomrimri, what? Kwamra TV.
We're going to go into our editors forum in about 2 minutes' time, but we're just going to play one more legend track before we do that, and then we go into our editors forum. Mr. Audu Mahama, who knows nothing about music, we're trying to educate him a little bit. He's here already. Okay, the team is all here. Elvis Darkung, Andy Kankam, Audu Mahama, editors, Finder, Informer, Custodian newspapers. They have arrived and we have issues to talk about. We don't have too much time today, gentlemen. As you know, we're going to the Supreme Court to be surprised because the verdict is going to be a surprise to everybody because something new is going to happen.
Oh, who told you that?
It's going to be a shock.
How?
We have been told that... and I just want to ask this question first. Who told me what? May come dear.
That's what I want to hear.
No,
what you are told. You've been told.
May come dear. We've been told that both parties should be satisfied with the result.
Oh,
and I want to know why and how it's possible for both parties to be satisfied with the result. It is. Trust me, it's been said. It's in the media today. Should they be satisfied? Should they be satisfied, Mr. Mahama?
Oh, good morning to listeners.
Yes.
Viewers on Facebook. Oh. As you may not be satisfied, but you have to accept it. As for acceptance, the verdict, if the verdict doesn't go your way, you may say that I don't accept it. I don't agree. Sorry, I disagree with the verdict, but you have no choice. You accept it.
No, they should be satisfied that the process, the course of law has been finalized?
Yes, if it is well, if the ruling or judgment is well constructed, and the law is grounded on law or grounded in law, you have no choice but to accept it. You only have a problem if you think that they erred in law. The judgment, there was some error in law. That one, even that you have an opportunity. And looking at what we have observed so far, the review process has gone through this. We've gone through the review process many times in this particular case. Therefore, if a party is not satisfied, that opportunity is still available. But if it is very clear that the judgment or ruling is based or is grounded in law, I do not see any need to seek a review in this matter.
Right. Andy, your thoughts?
Good morning. I think that it's refreshing to know that the two major political parties in this election petition hearing have committed themselves to peace. That whatever way it goes, they will accept the verdict. That is so refreshing, and that is why we will urge the party supporters that with their party, their national executives, at a consultative meeting with the national security, having pledged their support for peace. We don't want to witness any violence or beastly conduct after judgment today, so that Ghana will move forward. Just like Audu said, in 2013, although Nanado said he disagreed with the decision of the court, he moved on. 4 years later, what happened? Ghanaians voted for him 2016 to become the president and renewed his mandate last year, for which the NDC is of the view that some mishappenings cropped up during the elections and subsequently their decision to court. I only pray that even when they disagree, the verdict is given and people disagree with the verdict, they should take the justices or the bench on law, and on the basis of law. They shouldn't engage in naked insult, threats, and vituperations. They should take them, they should criticize their judgment based on law.
Right.
That is all I will say.
Right.
But I think that today, after the judgment, Ghana will be victorious, especially with some few days for Mother Ghana to celebrate 64th independence.
Elvis, should they be satisfied? Should it just be like, okay, we should move on?
Before they went to court, they knew the outcome, that there could only be two outcomes. You either win or you lose. So you already knew that before going to court. So for me, the outcome should not be anything that should be an issue. I think that the Supreme Court remains the highest decision-making body when it comes to such matters in Ghana. So whatever they say remains the law and becomes final. So even if you are not satisfied with what they have done, you have no option. The only option will be left to the loser will be to say we are going for a review. And after the review, you have nowhere to go to. And I think that it's of no use to go for a review, in my point of view, that just accept the results. Elections will be in another 4 years very soon, and 4 years will come soon. 2016, when the huge celebration of almost 1 million difference, didn't we have another election? 4 years had already passed. And the next election, we have already started the counting of the days. So for me, I think what is important is that the party should think about whoever wins or loses, both of them have work to do within their parties to be prepared for 2024. And I think somebody like the majority leader, Asaase, has been shouting and consistently saying that these 4 years of electing members of parliament he thinks it's not being helpful because the parliament continues to lose some experienced hands because of these primaries in parties and all that. And he is suggesting that, look, parties should take a second look at how they elect members of parliament every 4 years. If there's a need that they could extend, or there's a mechanism they can put in place to protect some members that they think are very valuable to the work of parliament and all that. And I think that the party should go back rather and be looking at some of these suggestions and how it can help Ghana's democracy and how they can include that in their internal democratic practices within their parties. And this will take a lot of discussions back and forth within the party for them to come to conclusion on some of them. And I think that should be what they should be focused on, because that is what will actually help our democracy to grow better. And I think that is what we should focus on. Not just going to the out of court. It is one thing, you either win or lose, and therefore, whichever one comes, you may not be satisfied, but accept it and let's move on as a nation.
Right. There's been commentary in some quarters that the judges have not really been fair. A comment was made that how is it possible that every single question that was asked of the judges, all 7 of them agreed every single time? There was never a dissenting view. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a matter of law. The question is, they dissented based on law or they dissented without any basis. And for me, that is the most important issue. And definitely, when judges write their judgments, they state the grounds for why they took those decisions. I think that the difficulty with this particular election petition is that the NDC went to court not on the basis of what should constitute an election petition, to say that based on these results, this candidate has not won, and that I have won, or we should. They have gone to court under another article to prove a case that the Electoral Commission now did not discharge her duties as Constitution has prescribed. And the expectation was that if the Supreme Court had agreed with them on that note, then what it will mean is that if the person did not discharge her duty according to the Constitution, then it means that the outcome of the work the person has done cannot auto stand in law. Understood. And that then will have led to a runoff. So basically, the NDC shifted the position from why an election petition should be filed to challenging the constitutionality of how the work was done. Not because we think that the figures do not really match, but that we think that how the work was done. The
methodology for arriving at that thing.
For election petition, the issue is that to be able to establish that based on the figures, nobody actually got there 50% or more votes, 50% and more votes. So that, for me, is a little challenge in this particular petition. I believe that if they had gone straight under the CI for this election, I believe that some of the we may not
by the traditional method.
I believe that maybe the 9-0 we are seeing might not have arisen. But I am looking at it that their difficulty is that they decided to abandon the actual reason for election petition and say we are rather challenging the constitutionality, and that brings in a different ball game altogether. So when they are opposed most of the times, I believe that it was going to be difficult for them to prove most of the things that they were talking about. I'm not a lawyer, but as a journalist and somebody who sat back to watch 2013 petition and has read a little about what the manual for this particular election petition should be, this is how I see as the challenge with the NDC's
original challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Andy.
I think the 7090 rulings delivered by the bench was based on sound legal arguments from the defendants' counsels and that of the petitioner. And so based on that, they give their ruling, because we all...
We're not surprised, though, that every single time it was 7-0, 9, and in fact, on the review, it was 9-0. I mean, there was never a judge who thought, okay, legally, I have I'm not, it doesn't sit well.
We all witness it. Sometimes when you hear some of these counsels, lead counsel, lawyers arguing their case out why there should be a review for other integrities or some applications should be accepted. We heard the arguments from the defense counsels or the lawyers. So based on the sound legal argument from them, the bench ruled, and I don't see anything wrong with it. If you would take the bench on, then you have to also profile some legal reasons why. And if you pick all their rulings, they give the reasons. There is some reasons behind the judgment as to why.
When have you had a serious situation ever, the way the bench has always been unanimous in every single ruling?
That's not for me. I don't have any problem.
100%. Okay. All right. Your thoughts, Mr.
We've, as Elvis and Andy said, we've watched the proceedings, what they have said, and even this particular Supreme Court, in all their rulings, will give you reasons why they say, unlike 2030, they will just come at Yoruba GSA 3-5 dismiss. This one, they are giving reasoned rulings on this matter. It's based on law. If you go for a review and you say that it's per incurium, that a particular law or provision was not, the judges not applied their mind to a particular law, and you go and quote a law that is irrelevant to the matter, what do you expect? So it is not strange, because we watch the proceedings, and most of the times, if you look at all the rulings, they always say that this particular provision the defense counsel has quoted is irrelevant to the matter. That is how it is. If you quote the relevant provisions to support your case, you will not get 7-0. So all the rulings have been based on law, a solid foundation, and it should not be surprised. We should not be surprised at all to get the rulings. And I've always said, if you have a very, very bad case, it will be very difficult for a most brilliant lawyer on this planet to save you. I'm telling you, because you will not have any good case to cite if you have a bad, good case law to cite if you have a very bad case. And I think that is what is affecting the petitioner. But hey, the ruling will be today. We'll see what happens. But I think the 7-0, 9-0 should not be surprising at all.
Right. Did you? Am I allowed to ask you your expectations?
Oh, based on we have
it will be prejudicial.
It will be prejudicial, but you see, Kojo,
it will be prejudicial. Your opinion is your opinion.
Look, Kojo, Kojo, we have made some statements here, even from the beginning. But today, we have to. As for today, we hold on our decision. Look, Kojo, from day one, we didn't shy away from giving our opinion on this matter. From day one, when we saw the petition and we saw the release being sought, we saw the pleadings and all that, we concluded. But that conclusion, we have to wait for a decision to be taken today by the laws.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening, my guests in the studio are three budding lawyers. They know exactly where we are. And the exact phraseology is prejudicial. So, not a good day to be making predictions, especially if you're in the public eye, as these three gentlemen are. Elvis Darko and Ikankam Audu Mahama, talking about the elections petition a little bit. But we can't talk too much, especially not today. That's the challenge we face.
We'll have the opportunity.
After the fact.
Let me add that, you see, when the panel was constituted to hear this case, the NDC supporters on social made some calculations and said that out of the 7 judges, 2 were appointed by an NDC government, and 5 were appointed by President Akufo-Addo. So then, if you want to look at it from that perspective, then it gives you a reason to believe that the 9-0 is based on law. Because if the expectation was that, those appointed by NDC should have been ruling in favor of the NDC, if they had a good case, the other 2 should have been dissenting in this issue. But then we see all of them unanimously agreeing that based on law, this is what the ruling should be. And then I think that those who held that argument from the beginning will be revising their notes by now and realize that the panel was not constituted to favor any
It's not a party panel.
It's not a party panel.
Judges.
It's based on law.
It's based on judges.
You see, I'm laughing. I've been laughing throughout his comment. What I'm going to say is not prejudicial, but I listened to our good friend Thompson, Benson Thompson.
Yes.
This morning on another platform. He said, they asked him about what he expects. He said, what does he expect? Even the people who went to court challenging the results yesterday just approved Akufado's ministers. So they have accepted the legitimacy. And therefore,
is no reason why.
Is there no reason why we should be shouting on radio and
they're linking it to NDC writing for their filing for their filing.
I'm going to ask about that.
Do you only have to dissent as a justices of the bench when you are hearing a matter? You must give reason because you have your reputation to protect.
Exactly.
Right.
So for the fact that a certain regime appointed you to the bench and so you think that you must satisfy them, you end up destroying your profession.
In fact, there is a case.
Okay, you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
We just to confirm what he's saying. In fact, there was a particular case, and that one lady justice, Toji, is it Toji? One of the justices appointed by President Akufo-Addo, but on a particular matter, government, she voted against government on a particular matter based on law, her understanding of the law.
Okay.
And that decision was actually a majority decision. I think 6-3 or so.
Okay.
So it is about the law. It is about the law. If they feel that the law is there to make their case, they will
about emotions?
I'm going to move on very quickly because we don't have too much time, and I'm going to be strict with these gentlemen today. You know the way they are. You brought it up very, very briefly, and I want to just touch on it briefly. Is what you're talking about with Mr. Mensah Thompson, and more the secondary issue that came up is as at I think it was the 11th of February, whatever it was, they had filed for a return of their monies, the refund, even though the case is in court, and you are confident that you might be winning the case. Or not, as the case may be, you still decide that you still want a refund, and then you quote the figure that was quoted by the Electoral Commission in asking for your refund at a time when you are questioning the same figures in the Supreme Court. Yes. What does it say about the integrity of the case that they brought to court?
Okay. Yes, Kojo, when I saw the letter,
mindful of prejudicial comment.
No, I know. Don't worry.
About the integrity of the case.
Kojo,
today, Kojo, this question through the back door.
Kojo has done what some lawyers have been doing in this case. But see, Kojo, don't worry. I think I will swim well. When I saw the letter, I was thinking that based on the case that is in court, the figure the NDC should be quoting would have been the one they added Techiman that they gave Mahama 46% and gave President Akufo-Addo 49%. So I was expecting the 46 point, something that they are basing their argument on in court. But when I saw them quoting the figure they got on the 9th of December, I said, what is happening? Especially, and also, if you are asking for a rerun, at least you should wait for the verdict of the court to see whether there will be a rerun. Because if there will be a rerun, there will be a cost. So EC will have to go through another election. But if you take your money, I don't know whether they are taking it so that if they say rerun, they will pay again. For maybe. Maybe that's what they are.
So you swam pretty well there. I'll applaud you on that one. Yes. Gentlemen, does anybody else want to make a comment
the refunding of this year, it wasn't not their filing fees and whatever.
Yes.
It's a refund. I think it's constitutional. That when you get a certain percentage in the elections,
understood,
you are given a refund. As to whether they are aware of the outcome or whatever, I don't think that should be the case. It's a constitutional
no, but if you are going for
but if you become the next president, are you going to look for your refund?
No, you will.
No, it's not your most urgent issue.
Okay.
It's the EC is not.
No, they needed the money. So for that one,
so there's no problem.
There's no problem.
It's just coincidence.
There's no problem with
it. No challenge at all.
And the parliamentary, as for parliament, if you get 12.5%, you get your money. So that one too normal.
So we should not read anything into it. It's just efficiency.
I think that the framers of the constitution were of the view that, listen, we won't allow people to just go and file that I'm going to contest for president or for as a parliamentarian.
You must hit a certain benchmark.
Yes. Yeah. So when you fail to hit that benchmark and you go back, you counting your losses.
This one is actually based on CI 127. The refund.
Yes.
The refund is based on CI 127.
Elvis, do you see anything maybe even humorous in this, in the timing so much? It was so like days after Mr. Asaase Nkete had stood in the witness box, they filed for return of their monies. I'm just asking, nothing at all?
I don't see anything because that's what their right is, and they're supposed to exercise their right. And for me, that is important that they do. But even if you want to read meanings into even their own case in court, none of their figures suggested that they won the election. They said if the court should agree with them, there should be a runoff. And as I said, they were going through the constitutional angle rather than the figures. And therefore, for me, if you are looking at the figures, the NDC's own calculation, since they were using the Electoral Commission figures, also admits that even if the mistake that G Mensa made should even stay in terms of the pronouncement, they will still have lost the election because they never won all the votes in Techiman South. The only way they say they could have won was if all Techiman South votes were added to John Mahama. Unfortunately, John Mahama didn't win all the votes in Techiman South. He only won.
They wouldn't have won.
He won Akufo. He beat Akufo by about 5 or 6 million votes. 6,000 votes in Techiman South. So the vote was almost split, over 40,000 for each of them. So there was no way you could have made the argument that because the EC chair said if they added all the votes. She said at the time that the results were not out. At the time that we were filing a petition, the results for Techiman South had been gazetted. So obviously, there was no argument there. So if you look at their own, in terms of figures, obviously, they admit that they had not won the elections. So going for their filing fees, based on their own figures they even put out there, obviously it makes sense that they go for their filing fees.
Yeah, but even that, then why would you not use your estimation on padded votes and everything else? Why would you not do that? Why would you use the EC figure?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have not brought their own figures.
Okay.
But the only argument they make in their petition is that they are using EC's own figures.
Right.
And that it is the pronouncement that they are relying on. And that is why they were going through the constitutional angle. That in the case that the Supreme Court agrees with them that Mensa hasn't done his job well.
Unconstitutional.
A bad job, the outcome of a bad job cannot also be legal. And therefore that would have led to a runoff. So it was not surprising that their argument for runoff is largely based on agreeing with them that the EC has not done a good job, rather than saying that when we calculated the figures by ourselves, we realized that we had won. That one, they were not in there because they themselves realized that the figures do not favor them. So for me, going for their money is good. Maybe they did the money at this point. They did the money at this point in time.
Strict.
They did the money in this point in time to do some things that are in the party's interest.
Never know. They may
moving on.
They may pay legal
We are moving on, gentlemen.
We should be mindful of the fact that
criticize judges violently, but says the CJ, and I want to find out is the Supreme Court actually a little bit too soft on people who make statements about it, and even the statements from the Chief Justice is a little bit too soft. I mean, or should they be harsher, or has he set just the right tone? Just want your opinion on this.
No, I think that judicial service, they have a very good case, because if you follow the kind of comments that are made on all media platforms, and you go to social media, people are actually insulting the judges, scandalizing them, making all kinds of allegations against judges, which obviously cannot be proven anywhere. They make these arguments because they feel that they are hurt by the kind of rulings that are coming out. So it's a fact that people have actually scandalized and insulted these judges on media platforms. However, the letter that was issued by the Judicial Service was too vague, and that is where they shot themselves in the foot. Because Sadio Sori has taught media law for many years in this country. He's one of the sharpest lawyers you can find. So when he is the one writing on behalf of the Judicial Service, I expected them to actually stipulate a list of stories they think are insulting or programs on radio or TV that people actually insulted judges and scandalized the court. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. They wrote a letter, an open letter to specific media houses, and they're asking them that they should pull down anything that is insulting and attacking the integrity of the judges. That is too vague because this Supreme Court hearing has been almost 2 months now. People have said all kinds of things on the platform they have written to. Are they supposed to pull down everything? I'm not sure. If they knew that what has been published is an insult or is something that scandalizes the court, if in their own estimation they had come to that conclusion, I'm very sure they would have pulled it down on their own even before any letter from the Judicial Service. So the fact that the Judicial Service letter did not stipulate specific content that they think scandalizes or insults the court made the fiat look like an attack on the media in general. And for me, that was the problem. So you see, as I always say, you can write and you can talk, but that are not constitute communication. Communication is a profession. And therefore, if you are going to put out some information, you need to do a lot of analysis as the possible feedback of that information you are putting out there. It appears that what they've done did not take into consideration the fact that the letter is too vague because it did not list specific content they deemed as what? Insulting to the judges.
Right.
So for me, that was seen as an attack on the media in general, and for which reason the GJ also reacted angrily. And now I see that both the GJ and the Supreme Court held a joint press conference to say that, yes, they are not saying that they shouldn't be criticized. What they are saying is don't insult and attack their integrity because you disagree with them. And I think I agree with them that you don't insult people. Neither do you attack people's integrity if you don't agree with them. Make your point that because of A, B, C, D, I disagree with your judgment or your ruling. But you don't go attacking the integrity and the personality of the people, which has flooded social media. People actually were insulting these judges, saying all kinds of unprintable things about these judges. And I think that they have a cause to raise concern that the way the public is going, some members of the public are going, is not the way to go. Unfortunately, they got their initial communication
wrong.
Not clarity in it was wrong. They got the clarity badly. And that has resulted to this back and forth. But I think that the joint press conference should suffice, and that we should just understand that we are human beings. Elvis. You can disagree with me, but don't insult me. And I think I think they are right.
Okay. Mr. Kankam, your thoughts. And again, I want you to comment on the GJ's response. Was there a need for a response at all?
Please, it was just a reactionary one. Because given the events of yesterday, what the leadership should have done was to just
engage.
I mean, got in contact with the judiciary service to amicably resolve this thing. And on the issue of clarity or whatever, that statement was very clear. Because beyond this general, the statement cautioning all the media houses, the general warning to the media houses, the lawyer, Thaddeus, wrote, on behalf of the judicial service, wrote to specific media houses in the habit of fueling those attacks on the justices. Because, like he said, people go to the extent of saying that they should harm people. And we are guided by history.
Well, comment on it should have been more directed and clearly given some examples so that we know what you mean by when you say the court has been scandalized. Would that not have been?
They wrote to those specific.
Obviously, the specific.
They wrote to those. Sometimes when you write a story about somebody and the person feels that, I mean, it's libelous or you are trying to defame him, and they write a letter to you that you have been written to, that you must retract and apologize. It comes to you. You understand me? Perhaps sometimes I hear people taking Thaddeus or on procedure that, the letter should have come from the judicial secretary and not a lawyer. I don't see anything wrong with it. Doesn't mean that we cannot change the status quo. I mean, even lawyers, when they go to court, they are asked to get a counsel. So I don't see anything wrong with it. All we need is that people should not provide their platform for others to be insulting people. People will just go on insult people. I mean, people of high repute. because they have access to microphone, and so they will insult people and get away with it in the name of politics. No, we shouldn't encourage that. I cannot insult people, so why are you insulting? Can you insult your father? People insult. People even go to the extent, you are this, you are that, you are that. I don't think that will help in the progress and the nation building. We shouldn't encourage it.
Okay.
We shouldn't encourage it. I don't see it as gagging the media at all, because even in that statement, and yesterday, Justice Yoni Kolendi reiterated that point, that listen, we are open to criticism, constructive ones. Take us on the law, because that is
the law better
than we do. Take us on the law. Don't just bastardize us, insult us without any reason. And I think that we should all support in building the institution of state. That is the only way. Mr.
Mahama,
progress.
Mr. Mahama, is it the case that the media, you're a little bit too sensitive when people decide to criticize you because you think you are above everybody else and a little bit too arrogant?
Yes, we are very arrogant. But for the conciliatory media briefing I will have, I was going to be harsh on my own association today. Look, that press conference that GJ organized was needless, to say the least. Look, I looked at what they even quoted as an attack on the media. What kind of animal is that? Look, we should be serious in this country. The letter the Judicial Service issued was a general caution to all of us to be within the tenets
of the
profession,
nothing else.
The ethics of the profession. It was a general statement that if you don't do A, B, C, D, these are the consequences. Don't we know that even if you libel somebody, a personal person, will ask you to retract and apologize? There are options. You go to media commission, you can be sent to court. Don't individuals do that? Or is it not within their own listing to also bring out these matters to you, that if you feel that we are doing something wrong, criticize us based on law and not insult us? This person is this person is that, he comes from this place, his wife is this, he's ugly. Is that how you criticize?
This is where he stays.
This is where he stays. And we'll show him what power lies.
We'll show him where power lies.
And when we know the history of this country about the threats to judges and consequences of that.
Comment on Elvis's comment before I go back to him to wrap this up. He says very clearly that even when you're issuing a letter, you don't give clear examples. You don't say this is the kind of thing that we are talking about.
Yes, you
so
see,
that you are clear. The differentiation might not have led to the response from the GJ.
You see,
if we'd gotten that.
That different. Why? If you're a media person,
we know what it is you're talking about.
If we know what. Don't we know as media people, when we know ethics of this thing, how do you call it? Media law. When you do media, you go to journalism. Don't you know the limits? We don't want to write. You should know. You should know what to do when you are reporting in court or we are covering court proceedings. Don't you know what to do? And to this thing that that they should have named him, I think from hindsight, they should have put in the letter, mention the specific media houses, but they thought it was decorous to just send direct this into the affected media house and
not make it a
not
general.
Make it. If they knew this reaction would come, they would have probably named and shamed. But they wanted to do it they were dealing directly with the specific media houses. So if you look at the and even what Tadio said, he said they wrote to the specific media houses that pull these insulting, incendiary and insulting, hateful, insightful write-ups. Pull them down. As I said, don't we as individuals even do that? So what is wrong with that?
If you're writing to me to pull down a story, you have to give me a reason why I should pull it down.
No, they wrote to those specific.
Yes, if you wrote to my media house,
yes,
and you don't state the story you deemed hateful or insightful, which one am I pulling down?
But they have given them the specific stories.
No.
Why do you say no?
Come out has no mention the specific.
No. Tado said they wrote to the specific media houses, telling them the reasons.
They wrote the specific. I'm saying that in the letter they wrote the specific media houses. They did not state which stories they deemed hateful.
Oh, how?
You see,
yes. No, did you see the letters?
Yes.
You see.
Which of the letters?
The one that I read. Even the story was even in the Daily Graphic. Yeah, when was that? And they didn't state any story. So you see, if you write to me to put down a story, I don't have a problem.
Look. I disagree.
To put down a story, me too, I have to give to my legal people to look at your reason for asking me to pull it down, whether I have to pull it down or not. You understand? If I think I have a case, I will not pull it down and come and face it.
Elvis, if they don't mention the specific story, how are you going to pull the story down?
That is the question of the letter. That is the problem.
I disagree. I think, Elvis, it doesn't make sense to me that you don't
when you are written to by a lawyer and you don't understand the language.
It's my turn. Mumami Kasa. Kojo, if you are written to a specific media house that pull down a story, if you don't mention the particular story, what story would the media house be pulling down? So for somebody to tell me that they didn't mention the specific stories, that would be, it would be mind-boggling. Wow, how would that happen? Because you must tell the media house the particular story that it must pull down.
Okay, all right, moving on. With a little bit of disagreement.
I was going to say a lot about GTA, but because of what happened yesterday,
I don't feel worried about that later.
I don't. Look,
listen, when I go to KJMT market and they are shouting thief, and I know I'm not one, I won't go running.
Why? The article, you see, the Supreme Court doesn't know that the whole chapter 12 is meant for free speech, but the free speech in the same chapter calls for responsibility of the media. Okay. So if you are reckless and people are calling you to order,
they spend the priceless.
People are putting. Do you see what media go to? Because some people don't monitor what happens in even radio stations. What happens there is scandalous.
Okay, all right. We hope we're being monitored.
We should do self-introspection and stop this.
At Asaase Radio, I'm sure it's being monitored by a lot of people. Just before we go to the break, Nana, it's just gonna. We've had 3 issues that we've talked about briefly. So, what's your take on these gentlemen? Just calm them down. I see some furrowed brows.
I find it interesting that it's matters of media that have led to
ignited the flames of passion.
Response this morning, and I mean, indeed, it is a bit of a thorny one. Are we making undue allowances for other members of our own profession because we have personal bias in this matter, or is it right that people should be punished when they make such irresponsible statements, knowingly so, against a public office? We were talking about the Noguchi Memorial Institute Medical Research. It's another example of an institution whose reputation we cannot afford to have besmirched. There are certain institutions in this country in which we have to have faith, or if they really are rotten, then we need to be serious about their reform. But to suggest that we know that there have been past incidents where judges have been found guilty of grave misconduct. I mean, I think there was a big job of clean-up to be done by past Chief Justices Georgina Wood and Sophia Kufu. But given that we've come so far in trying to reform the judicial service, then to have people sort of talking about them or treating them as if they're just some other group of people. They're not any old some other group of people. They're people who play an exceptionally important part in our national life, and they're an institution that should be above partisan interest. And when you see people trying to talk about them about our judges in such reductive terms, it does give one pause for thought. But then again, I think if judges have stepped out of line or they have erred in their judgment, it is right that there should be redress against that. The question is how you strike the balance between those two things.
Okay, striking the balance, being fair and balanced when you are being a journalist. Time is 8 minutes or something like that, past 9 o'clock. The editors are here. They've disagreed on how journalists being treated. So you didn't think it was an attack on journalism?
No, not at all. I don't.
I don't.
We agreed on that. General.
We agreed on that.
The Constitution guarantees free speech and all that. Yeah. It also says that we should be responsible in whatever we do.
All right. Now, we were all. I suppose we were surprised last night or early hours of this morning by the results of the
no surprises at all for me.
You really, come on.
I am.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you are totally different from the rest of us who were surprised. It went to the vote on 3 questionable,
in quotes,
questioned nominations.
Yes.
Questioned and not decided on by the appointments committee, but not, as we later on find out, not rejected, simply not recommended, and asked then to be sent to plenary for the vote.
Yes.
The vote comes back, and Madam Hawa, 161.
Yes.
Kojo Opoin Kuma, 155. Akoto, who I thought was the least questionable, got the lowest vote, 143. Of course, if you do the maths, these are all majority votes. I'm not going to get into the technicalities of that. That's not the point. Gentlemen, were you surprised that after what we had read, we had all published it as well, that clearly the NDC, at least, by publishing what they did, they were saying these 3 were not just questionable, that they definitely probably wouldn't get past the plenary vote.
Yes.
Purely on the numbers game, unless Fomina came in, or something like that. And then you see these kinds of numbers, and it's more the numbers I'm talking about, because these are clear indications that some people definitely didn't go according to
their weight system
and whatever was going on elsewhere, or the mentality that was supposed to be all pervading in one party or the other.
Yes.
Surprises, I'll start with Audu and then work my way around to.
As I said, I didn't find surprises at all with the result. Look, I said that if you are MP, you are a member of parliament, your relationship with people within parliament and outside parliament is very important. And therefore, people outside may be shouting about your character, your actions and all that. If you have very good relationship in parliamentary, especially our system, your good relationship, you will always survive.
Right.
So whilst people were shouting about Hawa Kumsin and all that, I came here and said, in fact, the vetting, she performed beyond my expectation. I was lambasted. I was actually attacked. In fact, it was only Nanaya who
I think you deserve to be lambasted, but move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really?
That interjection was very good.
What we saw is what we commented on. You did
okay. But you see, as I said, look, Hawa Kumsing, I wasn't surprised, because if you look at her relationship with many of the MPs, especially from the ND side, you will not be surprised. Not just here. If you have been a parliamentary correspondent for the past 8 years or so, you will know that she has very good relationship with the people from the other side. And therefore, they will be shouting, even with the social currents that was coming from the party, the executives and all that. I knew if there was secret ballot, she would sail through. And that was what happened.
But the benefit of the secret ballot and relationships in the...
Yes.
And do you know why that's a great concern, what you just said?
Yes.
That means that the voting was not done based on a view of her vetting, but purely because she's got friends.
If we had time, we would have gone through the issues.
That's what you're saying. Now, I want to tell you that
look,
that's what
if
you
we
just
have
said.
the time, we would have gone through the issues one by one. And I saw some of the issues, because I want to be, this one, I want to be highly conciliatory. I don't want to go that way.
No
this
problem.
morning,
I'll
I've tried very hard
I'll come back to
go to
we'll
this
come
thing.
back
If you look at some of the issues that in the reasons of summary of reasons by minority side,
I'm still going to say the same thing. I'm going to come back to you. I'm just going to get on the surprise for the minute. Mr. Kankam.
Surprises no at all, because in the first place, the committee has no power to...
Yeah, but that's not the impression that we got.
I'm coming. You see, when you are... You see...
Look, Kojo, even on the floor, there was an attempt to...
The decision to approve or disapprove a nominee of the president rests solely on Parliament. And I mean Parliament as a whole, not the plenary, and not a committee. A committee, what you are supposed to do is to only make your recommendation findings to the plenary for them to take the decision. Even though, yes, for me, their observation, the remarks were very important, where they feel that some ministers, their disposition to questions and they appear arrogant. Listen, sometimes it is very important. That is why, Awudu said, your relationship with people. You go to parliament, you see an MPP, NDC MP, in the same car moving on. Perhaps they even prefer to go, when I need a loan, I'll go to an MPP, an NDC person, I'll go to an MPP MP for a loan rather than to go to my own party MP. That is based on relationship. So I was not surprised when Hawa got the highest vote at the plenary because, her relationship is okay. Yeah. And
okay.
I'm not surprised.
Not surprised at all. Stay on the surprise. We'll come back to that, Mr. Awudu. I'm not surprised, but I still have the same problem. The reason being given is because of her relationships. Did she do well at the appointments process? You can't tell me that your friend. Do you know
appointment process?
You know how bad it is if you tell me you went for a job and you got the job because of nepotism or something like that, and you know how we'd condemn that. So, Mr. Darko.
Well, for me personally, I think Hawa shouldn't have been approved based on her performance at the vetting. It was obvious she has little or no knowledge about the fisheries sector. And as I've said here already, I am somebody who is for appointing people who have expertise or understanding of the industry they are going to manage as minister.
Mm-hmm.
Because I held the view that if you don't understand the industry and people you are supervising are doing the wrong thing, how then do you point it out that they are doing the wrong thing if you yourself don't have an understanding of the sector? So I have always made the argument that if we deemed the Bank of Ghana as an important institution, we deemed Ministry of Finance as an important institution, we will not put just anybody there, but we'll put people with economic and finance background there. I think that key sectors deserve that as well. And I think that based on that, I don't think Hawa should be approved. And let me put it here.
She's been approved.
Let me put it here that understand that one of the reasons MPP lost the coastal seats was because of the poor performance of the then minister in that sector. And for electoral issues, if you speak to the stakeholders in the fishing industry, they tell you that they think the minister has not performed. And when you talk to the people who understand the industry in the industry, they tell you that when they have meetings with the minister, she has to go and talk to other people who tell her to do something else because she herself doesn't understand the industry. And they believe that it affected the performance of the sector. So I think for electoral reasons, I think that if the NPP would want to learn lessons from how they lost the coastal states because of challenges in the fishing sector, they may want to be considering somebody who has a better understanding of the sector. I don't care if he's a chief fisherman from. No, I'm surprised about her approval. That I'm surprised.
Do you accept, however, that because of friendships and relationships?
No, but I also don't believe that people should vote on partisan lines in approving candidates.
So I
think they should approve candidate because of the competence the person has demonstrated.
The time.
So if we are talking about because of friendship and the rest, and not because of competence, if that's the reason for approving her, then it's unfortunate. Because if you look at the figures, 23 NDC MPs, assuming that all the 137 NDC MPP MPs voted for her, it means that she got additional 23 votes from the NDC row.
Right.
Honorable Oponkuma got 17 more votes from the NDC.
And
then Honorable got 5 more votes.
Yeah.
It means that if we are saying that all the 137 MPP MPs who were in Parliament voted for them, there were 10 absentee NDC MPs.
We know that.
So it was 265.
Mm-hmm.
It means that if we assume that all NPP MPs voted for the candidates, it means that beyond NPP, they actually attracted votes from the NDC.
Yeah, that's logic. I want you to conclude. So
and that's why I said that. I mean, I will not, if they are giving me reason of competence for approval,
all the time.
I agree. But when you say because of relationship, and I know this relationship and things matter, but I will not buy that. I think that one nominee that shouldn't be approved should be Hawa. Not because I think she could do better in other areas, but not fisheries sector.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to come back to this particular discussion very briefly. Gentlemen, please, we're going to go to the petition, so I'll ask for some brief comments on this issue when we come back from the break.
Join Prince Moses on Asaase Business PM every Thursday for a high-octane panel discussion on entrepreneurship, opportunities, solutions, and best practices with Kwame Dudakwa, Letitia Brown, Sewu Steve Terrier, and Nelson Amo. Send in your problems and we will solve them. Perhaps.
Business PM from 6 to 6:30 p.m. on weekdays on Asaase Radio 99.5.
Black Boy on Nitro Avenue.
Turn on the night.
Baby, we are doing music, combos, and gossip. All the scoops, the lowdowns, and the meltdowns.
Nitro Avenue.
What's playing and showing, what's popping and trending, all the celebs and stars.
That's the golden time of day.
Accra, tune in. On air, Asaase Radio 99.5. Online, that's Asaase Radio. Web, tablets, and phones.
Nitro Avenue with Black Boy is on weeknight.
Black Boy's gonna turn on the nights in the capital again.
Nitro Avenue.
Music, convos, info, trends.
Nitro Avenue is exclusive to Asaase Radio 99.5, the voice of our land.
Town Hall Talk on Asaase Radio 99.5. Informed questioning, researched analysis, issues-based discourse, and insightful conversations with leadership. Town Hall Talk is on Fridays from 5 p.m. with repeat on Saturdays 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. on Asaase Radio 99.5. From public, private to corporate, academia and technocrats, Kofi Aboche puts authority to text and query and assesses Ghana through all forms of leadership. Town Hall Talk with Kofi Aboche is also streamed live on asaseradio.com and on Facebook at Asaase Radio 99.5. You can join the conversation on all social media, Asaase Radio 99.5, and on WhatsApp 020-0000-995. Town Hall Talk, where the voices of our land highlight the topics that matter to you.
To be a leader in one's field takes a lot of sacrifice, discipline, hard work, and smart thinking. It is a world of legacies that would be kings and queens. They have journeyed through times and seasons, faced challenges and obstacles, and through it all, they have come out stronger and better. With them, they have carried the African spirit and brought to life the African dream of greatness for discoveries and great strides they have made. In a world where the African may not naturally be the first option, what has aided them in breaking boundaries and stereotypes? Sunday night, 7 p.m. on an exciting journey of revelation for great conversations with leading Africans. Only on Asaase Radio 99.5.
Asaase Radio 99.5. All the biggest names in music play here.
So, whether or not it's in a fit of pique or simply because a little bit upset that let's say the communications office of the NDC has issued not a very pleasant statement today, and we won't get into all the nitty-gritty of the statement, but it's just to say that senior members of the NDC party in Parliament have been accused of brazenly defying the leadership of the party and have betrayed the collective good for their selfish interests. And we must not let them succeed in their parochial quest to destroy the NDC, the party that has done so much for them and all of us. The shame they have brought on the party will forever hang like an albatross around their necks. And there is more, but we'll take just that part. This is the response to what has exciting. I mean, appointments. Reaction, a little bit too strong maybe at this time.
I foresaw this that the NDC leadership was going to have problem with their parliamentary leadership and the parliamentarians, because the SDC want the whip system to work on all issues, so that what the party determines is what the MPs should do in parliament. But see, the bottom line question is, what the NDC wants, is that in the interest of the nation? If what the NDC wants is not what is the interest of the nation, then their interest will not supersede the national interest. So this attack on their MPs, are they saying that their MPs approving a minister like Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, that everybody admits that when it comes to the delivery of his job, he's a superman? It's a mistake. It's unfortunate that they are taking that kind of position, and I don't think that we should allow this kind of mentality to prevail, that once the party says this is the way things must be done, every MP should become a robot. We are all celebrating 137 because we said that for the first time, the parliament is not going to be a rubber stamp parliament. And these are the things we expected from this parliament that they will do. That when issues come before them, it will no longer be my party says, but it will be what will be in the interest of the nation. So I think the statement from the NDC is just seeking, they are accusing the MPs of seeking their parochial interest. The NDC in this case is actually seeking the parochial interest of only the NDC as a party and its grassroots, not the interest of the nation. Therefore, the accusation they are making against their MPs actually applies to the NDC as a party rather than the people that they are accusing. Because Dr. Kote Free, as you have said, he may be the person, the way he talks and acts, you may not like it. But we all attest to the fact that his handling of the Minister of Agriculture in the past 4 years is what we need in this country to make sure that we improve on agriculture and make sure that farmers make enough from their farms. Make agriculture attractive so that young people want to go into it. So if you are saying that such a person, because you think that in your opinion is arrogant, should not be approved, the question is, his performance in the past 4 years, was it not in the interest of the nation?
Okay.
If it's the interest of the nation, then why shouldn't he be approved?
Yeah, no, well, there were questions asked about, you're using the West one. Why don't you use Howard Kumson?
No, that I've already made my point. If you ask me, I will not get there.
This issue of Howard Kumson, if you want it, it's a debate to be had in another forum or another time.
Focus on the question.
And I will come with it.
Focus on the question.
Okay.
You've forgotten the question.
I've not. I thought NEC was happy that some MP people voted for Babe.
Right.
For speakership.
Right.
They were not. Were they not happy?
Well, now that, not according to the statement, not anymore. We have a speaker who wrote on the...
Now, I'll just read this paragraph and I will not comment.
Please.
From Sami Jefi.
No, don't.
No.
I have it and I don't want to read all of it. That's why I didn't
No, just one paragraph.
No, don't.
I beg you.
Respond to what I've asked you.
Oh.
Go ahead, read your paragraph.
Kojo, that's why me, I won't say anything on this matter.
Okay, read
it. Look at what Sami Jefi said. He posted, Comrades, the betrayal we have suffered in the hands of the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Babin, the leadership of our parliamentary group, particularly Honorable Haruna Disu and Honorable Muntaka, and dozens of our own MPs, is what strengthens me to work hard for the great NDC to regain power. No comment. I've finished.
Okay. You know that I have the same statement. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You know why?
But you won't read it, so let me read it.
You know why I wouldn't read the first
I know why.
You
know why, but let me read it.
Kojo, you come and talk
As
about
I said, if somebody in the NPP had not voted for Babin, would he have been speaker?
Okay.
I am not surprised
That's
at
exactly.
all.
That's the question I was asking.
Right, so let's just...
Though I don't support this statement. I don't support it at all. This naked insult, questioning the intelligence of the MPs and that of the speaker, I don't support it. But you know, I wasn't surprised. There is a saying that you are more Jatabi or something like that.
No, Nana, I help you.
You are more Jatabi. I am not surprised. You are more Jatabi or whatever. And they were the very people who were supporting this boy and were hailing him all over. Today, you see what he's doing. You are more Jatabi or whatever it is. That is it.
You said it like 5 times. You still
What?
didn't get it.
No,
right.
I won't get it. But you see, I've made my point that listen, I'm not
You
surprised.
haven't made your
Bring a
point.
cap home.
No.
Yes.
You have one day.
I really, because this Ghana map, I want to speak to our people to know. Dada, can you help me?
Yeah, I don't know the proverb, I'm ashamed to say. She oya mojata ni mini efebo.
No. So basically, you're surprised at the tone of the press statement.
That listen, they were the very people, these MPs, when they were going for election. It is Sami Jemfi. You see, today singing his praises. He's the very person attacking you as if you have no mind of your own. Today he's questioning the integrity, the intelligence of the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin. His years in politics.
Sorry. You say Alban Bagbin like he's
a speaker.
Yes, so?
No, but what I'm saying,
he doesn't get to be questioned.
He's not guided by conscience, like Awudu and Elvis said.
No,
MP people voted for him.
Does he not have the right?
Speaker.
No. Does he not have the right to question their actions at this time? I'm curious.
So there are no structures in the party for you to channel your concern. There are no structures. That is how the NDC has become. No structures in the party to channel your concern.
I'm still asking the same question. You're still not answering me.
Jesus Christ.
Does he not?
Your questions are not always answered.
Kojo. I mean, interesting times ahead. Interesting times ahead.
They are despicable. The NDC shouldn't.
The NDC shouldn't.
The kind of statement, the words they've used, they shouldn't have used. This statement. The words they have used
should be summoned before the disciplinary committee.
It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen because Sami JP is not quite comparable to Alban Bagbin. Alban Bagbin is a lawyer.
Again, I'm still going to say the same thing. What are we comparing?
We are not saying that. We are not saying he can't critique Alban Bagbin. We are saying that he can't insult the person's integrity.
Right. But what is the basis for his comment? Criticism.
Okay. We are not saying he can't insult him. If it's just someone has betrayed, what do you mean by that? It's an insult. It's not a criticism.
Okay, but
so we are saying that you can't insult people by that, but you can criticize their work.
Mr. Darko, you are not. Are you? You see, this is the party, and the party as the overarching umbrella for all of these people who are NDC and members of a party. They are answerable to some sort of structure. Within that structure, if that structure says you have behaved in a way that we don't approve of, who are you to sit here and say that this statement is wrong?
Yes, we don't approve of, but you insult. If you use insulting words, it's different from. You see, that's what the judicial service was saying. You can criticize us, but don't insult us. As I said, Sami Jemfi cannot insult Alban Bagbin, and anybody will want to entertain it. Or NDC as a party cannot insult Alban Bagbin.
So you are reacting to a statement.
Okay. If don't insult the people. Yeah.
Don't
insult people.
And you are upset.
Don't insult people. Just say what you want to say.
I want to know
if there is somebody who has betrayed this party, it should be Sami Jemfi, because you held press conference.
Excuse me.
Giving your supporters the hope that you won the election.
Mr. Kankam, please calm down. You see, you're doing exactly what you're accusing some. No, stop. Exactly what you're accusing somebody of doing is exactly what you are doing. Without proof, without any evidence, you now label somebody.
I am basing my point on their press conferences that listen, they've won the election.
All I want to say is
that is it.
I am asking simple questions about what's been going on with this particular, and you are all surprised at the tone of the communication. That's it. Yes.
Kojo.
Yes. So, but in being surprised at the tone, I'm still saying it is a missive to the party membership. It says comrades, and that's where it starts from. And it talks about members of the party. It doesn't ask you, who's outside the party, to have any opinion whatsoever. So why are you having an opinion about a missive to comrades? Who are you, and what business is it of yours?
I'm a comrade. Why? I'm a card-bearing member of the NDC. What are you talking about, Kojo? Listen, when you give your people the assurance, the hope that they've won the election, and today you are in court.
No, if you want to agree with you, it means that we say parties should be allowed to insult its members. Is that what we are saying?
I don't know how the party handles it.
And we are saying that this statement is an insult. So we are not saying that they can't criticize their party members. We're saying that don't insult people. It's a party. After all the differences, you need to come back together one day to fight elections together. When you bring all these divisions and antagonism within the party, How are you going to come together again to fight for the next elections?
All right.
So we are not against criticism, but we are against insulting people in your own party. It is not a good practice.
All right.
Kojo.
All right. So the language is inappropriate.
My last word. Look, if this statement had come from party foot soldiers, it would be understandable. But this is a national communications officer who communicates party's position all the time. He comes with this. You know, when I ask again, were they happy when the Babin won the election? They said MPP may betrayed their party and voted for Babin. And in that instance, did you get anything from the National General Secretary of the MPP or any leadership or MPP issuing such a statement?
So what?
Yes.
I don't understand. So they didn't do it, so it can't be done. Is that what you're saying?
It is within his thing to do it. But his right to do that can also be questioned.
Right.
That's what we are questioning.
Okay, so you're questioning the tone.
We are questioning the tone.
Yes.
Look, criticize. That's the thing we've been talking all along. That you can criticize your people for supposedly betraying the cause of the party, but to use such language on people who have, I don't know when Sami Jemfi started becoming when he became a politician. Look at the people he mentioned. Aban Babin. Look, Aban won the speakership of that parliament because of his relationship, as I always say, with even MPP people.
Mr. Mahama, I'm just going to ask all of you the final question before we go.
Yes.
So, are you saying that because there is a Honourable Speaker Bagbin, who has served in Parliament for 25 years or something, he is no longer subject to being looked at and viewed through the lens of the party as having betrayed the party if he doesn't toe a certain line? And again, we're talking about party betrayal. No. Let me finish. It's about party betrayal.
Okay.
It's not about perception of betrayal.
Okay.
It's about what the party is thinking it's supposed to be doing, and then how people act that might betray the common decision of the party. You don't think that there's a reason or an excuse for saying that we feel betrayed. You don't feel that.
Yesterday, I watched the whole proceedings on the floor. If I slept around 3 a.m., I watched through the proceedings throughout. And it came time, there was a time I was so uncomfortable with the way Honorable Babin was handling issues. I thought that he was being unfair to the majority side. At one point, when he even wanted to adjourn proceedings to the following day, it has to take the chairman Sambosu to argue with standing orders and constitution of Ghana to convince that no, we cannot. Based on, look, if you look at what, for me watching the thing, I thought Babin was doing politics yesterday in support of NDC.
Right. So
to be frank with you.
So you're not answering
but for the argument, for such a person to be described as in such manner. When I sat through and watched the way he handled proceedings on the floor of Parliament, if you watch those proceedings well yesterday, you will not put such language on him. Because it came to a point that I saw Babin, I even thought that, what is this man doing?
Andy, we're wrapping up.
Wrapping up, if the NDC thinks that Bagbin, who as the speaker, will be engaged or is going to do that naked politics, partisan politics, they should forget about it.
So are you saying the NDC cannot expect that?
There are ways, there are appropriate ways to
you're
use.
not answering my question.
They are open to criticisms, but I'm saying the approach is wrong.
Andy, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
I'm hearing what you are saying.
No. Is the NDC not allowed to expect from its membership loyalty?
Yes, it's very important.
Right. So do you find that this is what they've got?
But there is no disloyalty in this matter.
And what we're talking about?
When they are into build Mother Ghana.
Okay, fine. So
they were elected.
No, I'm wrapping up.
I've gone through the statement. He has not mentioned what Babin did. That describes that.
He talks about betrayal. That would.
So what did Babin do to merit that? What course of action did he take to say he betrayed the party?
Have the right to take its own specific position on its membership.
It has.
Yes.
But not to insult, number one. Number two, Bagbin is no longer an NDC person. Bagbin is the Speaker of Parliament.
Okay, with other names are mentioned,
and
so let's move away from Bagbin if it's more comfortable.
Audu has said, what has Bagbin done? Bagbin did not vote. Did he vote? Gbagbe didn't cast a vote. So what's the problem with Gbagbe? The leadership of the NDC, if you tell them that they should go and tell the members that they should all vote, and they tell them, and the thing is a secret vote, and somebody goes in the ballot box and decided that even though party has told us that we should vote this way, me, I'm not going to vote. How do you hold the leadership responsible for that? Is it the leadership that held people's hands that go and vote?
Secret ballot.
It's a secret ballot. So the leadership of parliament, the NDC in parliament, okay, may have told them that this is the way the party wants us to go. But when the individual MP enters the ballot box...
I'm still going back to the same thing. Now, you're not getting what I'm saying here. Does the party not have the right?
I said they do. I have said that they do. But what I'm saying is that it should be based on reasons. They are not giving us the reasons.
They don't have to give you the reasons.
Why shouldn't?
I'm going to say it again to you.
No.
To everybody here. The memo is to comrades. Are you a comrade?
I said I'm a comrade.
So why is there a problem? Why is that?
So go and find out better.
Why is
that why I won't allow this thing.
The MPs are not only NDC people.
It's wrong.
The MPs are members of parliament from Ghana.
Right,
so if there's an attack on them by their party, as citizens, we have the right to also share our comment. Right. And the NDC as a party is also a political party in Ghana. So Ghanaians have the right to comment on the actions of the NDC. So we have every right to say that they have the right to express their views as to how they think their leadership and members of parliament acted.
Right.
But it should be devoid of insults and personal attacks.
Understood. So
that is what I'm saying.
So your only concern is maybe with the tone.
The tone
of the message.
Yeah, the devoid of insults and personal attacks. But they can say yes, they are disappointed. They wish that they told the party line, but unfortunately that did not happen. But you don't threaten people. You don't insult people. You don't attack people's integrity and personality. No, that's not how things should be done. The NDC is a Ghanaian political party, so Ghana have interest in it.
Right.
So we all have interest in the NDC, and we have to talk about it.
Yes. But you are not going to give permission to the hierarchy of the NDC to decide how they deal with their members.
Yes, but we can critique their conduct. You understand it? We cannot tell them how to do their thing, but then when they do things, we have the right to critique their conduct and determine whether they conducted themselves well or not.
Okay.
On this occasion, we are saying that the personal attacks, the insult, people's integrity that they are maligning was needless. They could still have said the same thing in a different manner that does not include insults and personal attacks. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So, fine. So the right of the NDC to bring its people to order, you all guarantee them that right.
Yes.
However,
yes.
It's going to be the way you go about it, especially when you publicly, not insult, I don't know if it's an insult, publicly maybe call into question somebody's loyalty. That's why I'll leave it.
You don't call it insult. I
don't call it an insult. If you say somebody, you betrayed me, you betrayed me. Betrayal is not an insult.
Okay.
I feel betrayed. How's that an insult?
Betrayal in my religion is worse, even worse than chopping somebody's flesh.
This is not a religious discussion.
Eating somebody's flesh.
Okay.
Betrayal is even worse than eating somebody's flesh.
Once you vote somebody to become a member of parliament, it's no longer there to do NDC's bidding.
Well, you know,
that is what the constitution says.
Elvis, please stop. Because you sit here and you come and explain the whip system to me.
Yes.
Why the hell do they have a whip system?
And I have always kicked against the whip system.
He has always kicked against it.
I have always kicked against it.
Say he doesn't kick.
I have always said that let the people vote based on their conviction.
You understand it.
Yes.
It is what operates around the world. You, the inherited parliament of God.
And some of your people say we won't work with it. Why is it should you insult them?
No problem. Final comment. Andy.
Ghanaians should avail themselves for the vaccination. I think all of us here have shown that leadership. It's not about only our words, encouraging people to go and
Asaase vaccinated. Michelle now vaccinated.
We've all done it.
Why?
So,
Mahama, I'm talking about Mr. Mahama.
Yes, I have.
I'm very suspicious. I saw getting vaccinated.
No, I have. I will send my pictures to you.
In addition,
Elvis is vaccinated. I was there. I was witness.
He did it yesterday. He sent me a picture.
I did.
Yes,
I did. And I told you, I announced it publicly here. That if I get the opportunity, I'll be the first to vaccinate. And I did.
Nothing
Nothing has happened to me.
Nothing has happened to me.
Okay, so I
all
want to
those
thank
making the noise issue.
Today we're having to let them leave early because they have to go and get ready for the petition, which hasn't actually started. Okay,
started, so let's go on.
Final ruling.
Former president is in court today.
Let's go on.
No, we're not
It's
going
not
on.
started.
So we're going to let you go and say thank you for your comments.
Yes.
And also,
we took the vaccine. We are not dead. We have not turned into bats. Neither are we in the hospital bed.
Right.
So those who are believing conspiracy theories, they should know that those of us who took it, we are still alive.
Neither are we impotent.
We haven't turned into dogs this thing. Neither are we impotent.
How far do you want to go with this conversation? If you took it yesterday, so between yesterday and today, you know.
No, I took it 3 days ago.
Okay,
so I should be able to tell.
So you've been.
I ate my fufu and banku and fete dechi yesterday. Everything went well.
You were good to go.
So they should also try and go and take it because those 611 people who have lost their relations, they would have wished that at the time there was vaccine and they had been saved. And we don't want more families to continue to lose relations to this virus. So we plead with everybody. Let all your family members, tell every member of your family to go for the vaccine.
Take a
It
job.
is for our own good. It's for our own good.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, then we're going to see if we can join Wilberforce Asare at the Petition Central and have a quick chat with him before we depart for today. Thanks as always to the team. Lively discussions as always. Elvis Darkon, Andy Kankam, Audu Mahama are the editors of the Finder, Informer and Custodian newspapers. Back in a moment. When we come back, Nanea does a wrap up on what they've had to say, and then we see whether we can find Wilberforce. So anyway, just in case you didn't get the news, because you were just not, we were talking, and I was asking about the surprise vote last night, which surprise if you expected anything else. Obviously, Dr. Fiye Akuto, Honorable Kojo Opon Kuma, and Hawa Kumson, Honorable Ministers designate for Agric, Information and Fisheries were voted on and seem to have gotten the nod by some pretty large numbers, other than Mr. Fiye Akuto, who only got 5 additional votes. Was it more than enough? What's only? some people were winning a whole parliamentary election by 100. So it's not just only. I apologize for that, Honorable Afia Akoto. And again, we didn't get into the reasons. I would have wanted to get into some of the reasons that were given for rejections initially, and that would have been an interesting conversation because some of them were pretty annoying, like the person's too arrogant or things like that. Are you kidding me? I mean, I come for a job interview and you're worried about can I do the job? Or is part of the job whether or not I speak nicely to you? Anyway, Nana?
Some of the arguments about the arrogance thing in particular were that, okay, so you may have the skills and you may have the knowledge, you may have the qualifications, you may even have the track record, but if you lack the people skills, that is a marker of some weakness, and that even if it hasn't been a problem to date, the assumption that it will turn into a problem at some point.
Age 55, it's now going to become a problem. Of course.
But that again, the political calculation comes into this because, particularly with the specific individual, i.e. Honourable Owusu Akoto-Afriyie, obviously the food and agriculture brief is always a fairly sensitive one. It's particularly sensitive because a great success has been made of various policy measures by him, and he hasn't done it with a huge amount of sort of fanfare. He has simply got on with the job since he was appointed minister in 2017. And implemented, planting for food and jobs, planting for export and rural development. There have been, huge arguments, we know, around the numbers of jobs created by planting for food and jobs, but without question, it has been a huge source of employment for young people who would otherwise have left the rural areas. There have been major fill-ups to parts of our agriculture, such as our ability to produce year-round fresh produce. Things like the greenhouses project in Akumadang and other conurbations. You've seen, it's not just the thing of increasing productivity, but the kind of upscaling and modernization that we have seen of agriculture under his tenure means that, there are people who are eyeing the figure and probably thinking, can we pick holes in it? The assumption was that holes had been picked in it because he was one individual who lost his seat in 2016. Well, he didn't lose the seat, he lost the chance to run. In the nomination in 2016. But, that people are looking for vulnerabilities. They're looking for sore points.
Questions.
Yes.
I'm going to have to break into, because I wanted you to comment on what these gentlemen spoke about. Maybe we'll come back to that afterwards. But now, Nani is going to join Wilberforce Asare. He's got his camouflage mask on. Wilberforce is live at the Supreme Court. Go ahead, Nana.
Hello, Wilberforce. So how are you doing?
I'm good, Nana.
Yes.
Tell Kojo that I'm going to bring him one of the camouflage nose masks when I come back.
I think camouflage masks are for true ninjas like yourself and not for pretend ones like Kojo. But I'm glad to see you made it to the Supreme Court. You even look from where we're standing, I think it's just an illusion, as if you're wearing a legal collar. But what is the position now? We saw people beginning to arrive in trickles, but is the courtroom full? Are all the parties present?
So, Nana, indeed, all the parties involved in this case are present. It will interest you to know that former President John Dramani Mahama, who is indeed the petition in this whole matter, this is the 18th sitting of the court. And out of the 18 sittings, this will be the third he is participating in. So what it means is that he was at the first sitting and the second sitting. And today he's here for the 18th and probably the last of the series of sittings as far as this election 2020 petition is concerned. Apart from former President Mahama, his running mate in the December 2020 elections, Professor Jinana Opoku-Agyeman is present in the court.
But no sign of
the commission as usual. no sign of.
Sorry, we lost you for a moment, so I interrupted you. I was going to say no sign of the second respondent, I presume.
President's representative, if you remember, he gave the power of attorney to Peter.
I'm really sorry, Wilberforce. The line, the quality of the line keeps on cutting out. I think you were saying in relation to the second respondent, who's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our current president, that he gave power of attorney to Peter McMahon. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I don't know if you can hear me better.
Yes, it's a little bit better now.
So indeed, the president gave the power of attorney to Peter McMahon, and so Peter McMahon has been the one representing the
I think we have a problem with the transmission. The link keeps on cutting out. But perhaps if we try to dial out and dial back in again and see if we can re-establish contact with Wilberforce Asaase, our head of our political and legal desk. I don't know whether it's anything to do with the particular corner of the Supreme Court where he's standing. He looks as if he's standing in a corridor on the stairs, because of course reporters are not allowed to use their phones inside the court. And so in order to report from the Supreme Court buildings on proceedings, he has to come out of the courtroom every time he wants to speak to us. But I think from what he said there, we gather that it's a pretty momentous occasion for only the third time in
I'm more concerned about the lack of social distancing in the Supreme Court.
Yes, well, I think so have I. I mean, you know, it's good by Ghanaian standards, but really, particularly on the lawyers' benches, you really do wonder.
They just do what they do.
They do what they do
have
of
to
huddling
talk to each
together.
other, huddle. So, you know, one would assume that quite a few of them have probably taken the jab. So at least we'll give them some, some confidence that we're going in the right direction as well. And
were lawyers a priority group?
No, I don't know, but there's quite a few senior citizens in there.
Okay, yes,
they might have gotten it because they were above 65 or 60.
We hope that they have availed themselves of the opportunity because they're of an age to take advantage of the availability of the vaccine.
Okay. And go back to Wilberforce. They're about to start, he says. Wilberforce, let's find out if he's there.
Hello, Wilberforce, can you hear us now?
No.
No, I think perhaps we're still trying to establish contact with him. But I think, as I said, clearly from the presence of the former president, John Dramani Mahama, in the court today, as I was saying, for only the third time in these extended proceedings, which have gone on for something like 60 days now. You sense the momentousness of the occasion. He's present not only as an individual but also with Nana Jane Akufo-Addo, his running mate.
Well, they don't actually have any other jobs, do they? I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way.
I think Nana Jane. I think Nana Jane has a job at the University of Cape Coast, which is a matter of
right now. Nana is. Let's see what happens with the petition. Come on.
Yes, sorry, I just stopped being facetious. But yes, it is the most important business of now, and it will be interesting to see, in presentations after judgment is given. What sort of response the NDC chooses to make, just on the basis of who speaks for the petitioner afterwards, whether we can expect the former president to make a statement himself or whether he will get his legal team to speak about it, because these are, of course, matters of the law.
Whether or not they haven't already, people of both sides might even have already prepared appeals and review applications. Who knows? A lot to might happen in the next. A lot of questions still to be answered. We're going to have a unanimous verdict, not just unanimous, but all the judges going down the same path. Will there be some dissenting views? What will be the opinion as laid before us all?
As I said, I just hope that that God has blessed their lordships and given them the language to express their opinions about this case and its soundness and what their ultimate opinion is of it, in words that do not rankle with anybody involved in the petition.
This is the legal argument where words like slovenly and the rest have already been used. And
slovenly and slothful. Yes, absolutely. So let's hope that we have, much as I love the phrase slovenly and slothful, sort of hope that we have a measured language for describing this in a way that does not give rise to ructions or upset feelings, as if leaving people feeling as if somehow they have been got at by the judgment.
No, people are going to feel that way anyway, having already accused the judges of being biased long before this case ever even went.
Yes, but I mean, there's a lot that can be done with the tone of a speech. I know about prejudging the matter, and of course we told you so, one way or the other. Of course they're biased. Of course we knew they would be bought. Of course, whatever argument, set argument, can be bold at their lordships and the verdict that they will pass in this case in the next few minutes. We're now seeing the inside of the Supreme Court and notable personalities being acknowledged in the court. We just saw the former president stand up and take a bow, and there's Peter McMahon, who is his power of attorney for the second respondent, also taking a bow. So maybe we can cut to that's Jean Mensah, the chair of the Election Commission. Maybe we can cut to the feed now from the inside of the Supreme Court in Accra.
All right. We'll be going over this shortly. Do you want to close and then we can cut to the feed?
Oh, well, maybe. Closing, as I was saying, I hope that this is an occasion that comes as suitable gravitas and is measured and does not lead to excited and excitable responses.
All right, say bye-bye.
It's goodbye from me. Have a great day.
Someone.
Yes. If it pleases your lordships, I put on par for the second respondent. My lords, with me are my learned friends Frank Davis, Kweku Srifi, and Yao Pong.
By court, the judgment of the court is unanimous and same will be read by the president of the court. In this amended petition, hereinafter referred to as the petition, The petitioner, who was the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in the 7th December 2020 presidential elections, is seeking 6 reliefs against the Electoral Commission as first respondent, and the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, as the second respondent. The reliefs are in the nature of 3 declarations and 3 orders. Aside of relief ye, which is praying the court to restrain the second respondent from holding himself out as the president-elect of Ghana, all the other reliefs were directed against the first respondent. These reliefs are: A declaration that Mrs. Jane Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential elections held on 7th December 2020, was in breach of Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution in the declaration she made on 9th December 2020 in respect of the presidential election that was held on 7th December 2020. B, a declaration that, based on the data contained in the declaration made by Mrs. Jane Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election held on 7 December 2020, no candidate satisfied the requirement of Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution to be declared president-elect. C, a declaration that the purported declaration made on 9th December 2020 of the results of the presidential election by Mrs. Jane Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election held on 7th December 2020, is unconstitutional, null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. D, an order annulling the declaration of President-elect Instrument 2020 CI 135, dated 9th December 2020, issued under the hand of Mrs. Jane Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election held on 7 December 2020 and gazetted on 10 December 2020. E, an order of injunction restraining the second respondent from holding himself out as president-elect. F, an order of mandatory injunction directing the first respondent to proceed to conduct a second election with petitioner and second respondent as the candidates as required under Article 63, Clause 4 and 5 of the 1992 Constitution. The language in which the first 4 reliefs, A to D, were crafted is suggestive that they were directed against the chairperson of the first respondent. However, the petition is not against her personally, but against the first respondent as an institution of state established under the 1982 Constitution. The article and rule under which the petitioner mounted the action are Article 64(1) of the 1992 Constitution and Rule 68A of the Rules of the Supreme Court, CR 16 as amended by CR 74 and CR 99. They provide as follows: 64 Clause 1. The validity of the election of the president may be challenged only by a citizen of Ghana who may present a petition for the purpose to the Supreme Court within 21 days after the declaration of the result of election in respect of which the petition is presented. Rule 68A. Despite Rule 45(4), the parties in the petition shall be A, the petitioner as specified in Article 64, Clause 1 of the Constitution, and B, the person declared elected as president and the Electoral Commission, who together shall be the respondents. Though the petitioner is not in substance attacking the validity of the 7th December 2020 presidential elections, but only the declaration made on the 9th of December 2020, the petition is seen by many as a rehash of the presidential election petition of 2012-2013. In that petition, the second respondent herein, then as first petitioner and others, invoke Article 64, Clause 1, purportedly to invalidate the election of the petitioner herein, then as first respondent, as president-elect, as a novelty done in the constitutional history of the Fourth Republic, and Sir JSC prefaced his judgment in that petition in the following words, quote, "The facts surrounding this suit have been fully played out in near epic dimensions before the public. However, there is no way this suit can be seen as a likeness of the numerous cases on various aspects of our 1992 Constitution. Indeed, I venture to say it cannot be compared to any of the cases touching on various aspects of our Constitution by virtue of its peculiar nature and potential effects, Many commentators have rightly described this suit as one posing a test of the structural maturity of our democratic ethos, causing all eyes worldwide to focus, even if only briefly, on our polity to see if and how we can surmount this unquiet challenge. Without doubt, the resolution of this case portends much for the future path of our democratic development. See, end of quote. See in presidential election petition, Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and Akufo-Addo, Bawumia and Obechebe-Lamte, number 4, versus Mahama, Electoral Commission and National Democratic Congress, number 4, 2013, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report, Special Edition, page 73 at page 151. Answer JS's description in the petition before the court in 2013 in the above words was apt, as that case remains one of the most important constitutional cases this apex court has determined in our current constitutional dispensation. It is therefore not strange that the attention that greeted the 2012 petition also gripped the instant one before us, thus placing the two seemingly similar cases on the same pedestal. The big question, however, is, are the two cases alike, or do they present similar issues for determination? The answer in both questions is a big no. It is therefore not surprising that the petitioner in his closing address filed on 23rd of February 2021 admitted the similarity in the instant petition and that of 2012-2013. Background to the petition. On the 7th December 2020, the first respondent hearing, the Electoral Commission, which is the constitutional body established under Article 43 of the Constitution 1992 to conduct all elections and referenda in Ghana, conducted parliamentary and presidential elections in all 275 constituencies in the country, which are made up of 38,622 polling stations. The election was conducted under Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. At the close of the exercise, the first respondent, through its chairperson, declared the second respondent, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, as the one validly elected as the President of the Republic of Ghana. This declaration was made on the 9th of December 2020. Subject to Article 63, Clause 9 of the Constitution 1992 and Regulations 4410 D and 11 of CI 127-2020, an instrument Declaration of President-elect Instrument 2020 CI 135 was published under the hand of the chairperson of the first respondent to that effect and published in the Gazette on 10 December 2020. The instrument reads, quote, in exercise of the power conferred on the Electoral Commission under Article 63, Clause 9 of the 1992 Constitution, this instrument is hereby made. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the New Patriotic Party MPP presidential candidate, having in the presidential election held on the 7th of December 2020, pursuant to Article 63, Clause 3 of the Constitution, obtained more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast, is hereby declared the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. Given under my hand the 9th day of December 2020, signed Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, end of quote. Article 63, Clause 9, on whose strength the instrument was made, provides, quote, an instrument which A, is executed under the hand of the Chairman of the Electoral Commission and under the seal of the Commission, and B, states that the person named in the instrument was declared elected as the President of Ghana at the election of the President shall be prima facie evidence that the person named was so elected, end of quote. The petitioner filed this petition to challenge the declaration made on the grounds of alleged errors and lack of transparency on the part of the first respondent in the correction of the said errors. The grounds for the petitioner's petition are that the said declaration violated Articles 23, 296A and B and 63.3 of the Constitution 1982, and therefore unconstitutional, null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. These articles of the Constitution mentioned in petitioner's petition are those allegedly violated, for which the petitioner sought the release under paragraph 3A to F of his petition, which provides, quote, administrative bodies and administrative officials shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with the requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have the right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal. 296A, where in this Constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. 63.3. A person shall not be elected as president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. End of quote. The petition itself. The petitioner, per his reliefs and grounds, is not challenging the data presented by the first respondent, from which the second respondent's declaration as president-elect was made. As a result of that, he has not presented to the court any figures to contradict the data of the first respondent. Petitioner's case simply is that the figures or data declared by the chairperson of the first respondent as the valid votes cast and those obtained by the two contestants, that is petitioner and second respondent, when computed, do not give the second respondent more than 50% of the said votes to merit her declaration as provided under Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. The petitioner averred that the declaration was therefore unconstitutional, null and void. The petitioner proceeded further to seek an order to set aside an instrument affirming the declaration, that is CI 135, and a further order to organize a fresh rerun between the petitioner and the second respondent in compliance with Article 63, Clause 4 and 5 of the Constitution 1992. The above constitutional provisions were reproduced under Regulation 14, 1, 2, and 3, Regulation 44, 1, 2, and 3 of CI 127, and they read 63.4, where at a presidential election there are more than two candidates and no candidate obtains the number of percentage of votes specified in clause 3 of this article, a second election shall be held within 21 days after the previous election. 5. The candidates for a presidential election held under clause 4 of this article shall be the two candidates who obtained the two highest numbers of votes at the previous election. End of quote. From the nature of the relief sought in this petition, relief B appears to be the major relief on which the other 5 reliefs, that is A, C, D, E, and F, are buttressed. The success or failure of reliefs A, C, D, E, and F depend on the success or failure of relief B. For purposes of emphasis, we wish to reproduce petitioner's relief B. It reads, a declaration that based on the data contained in the declaration made by Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent, and the returning officer for the presidential election held on 7 December 2020, no candidate satisfied the requirement of Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution to be declared president-elect. This relief B, as quoted above, raises an arithmetical question. It cannot be resolved without resorting to some calculations. The first task is to know the data the first respondent presented, which the petitioner was referring to. The data will contain inter alia the total number of votes cast at the election, the total number of valid votes cast, the total number of valid votes cast in favor of the second respondent, and the total number of valid votes cast in favor of the petitioner. A percentage of each of the candidates is then calculated against the total valid votes cast. This is the only way to determine whether or not the second respondent obtained more than 50% of the valid votes cast or not, as the petitioner has challenged. In effect, if the petitioner is able to satisfy this court that the data contained in the declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent did not give the second respondent more than 50% of the total valid votes cast in the presidential elections on 7 December 2020, then all the other relief sought under A, C, D, E, and F must be granted as a matter of course, as that would mean Article 63, Clause 3 has been violated, thus rendering the said declaration unconstitutional, null and void. The petitioner, in advancing reason to support his petition, contended that the first respondent effected corrections to its original data as announced on 9th December 2020. The said corrections were null and void, as they do not reflect on the declaration made on 9th December 2020. Again, the first respondent did not indicate when the said corrections were made, and also did not involve the petitioner and his agents when making the corrections. The petitioner attached to his petition a pen drive of the video clip of the declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent, a copy of CI 135, a copy of a press release issued by the first respondent on 10 December 2020, announcing the errors in the declaration and the corrections made, and a few other documents like summary and spreadsheets. According to the petitioner, the first respondent was not fair to him when he failed to engage his agents and to involve them in the corrections of the errors before the declaration. There was therefore no transparency in the corrections made, making the declaration and CI 135 unconstitutional, null and void, as same constituted a violation of Articles 23, 296A and B, and 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution. It is for this reason that the petitioner sought under relief D, an order annulling CI 135 and a further order directing the first respondent to proceed to conduct a second election between the first two candidates, that is second respondent and petitioner, as the only candidates as required under Article 63, Clauses 4 and 5 of the 1992 Constitution. Clearly, from the nature of the relief sought in the instant petition, it is not identical with the 2012 presidential election petition. That petition sought to invalidate the presidential election conducted by the Electoral Commission by the annulment of over 4 million votes due to alleged irregularities such as overvoting, lack of signature of presiding officers on some pinches, no biometric verification in some of the constituencies. However, in this one, the petitioner is not seeking any such relief. He has not asked for the annulment of any votes cast anywhere during the election, and he has not said that the election was badly conducted. He is only seeking to annul CI 135 and a rerun between the candidates with the two highest number of votes, because the computation of the data presented by the first respondent does not give the second respondent more than 50% of the total valid votes cast. That is why PW1, the General Secretary of the NDC, Mr. Johnson Asaase Ketia, testifying under oath, told the court that they did not come to court to challenge figures, so they brought no figures of their own to this court. According to him, they were judging the chairperson of the first respondent by her own Bible, by which he meant they were judging her by her own data, from which the second respondent was declared president-elect. The first respondent case in answer. The first respondent denied petitioner's claim that from its data as presented in the declaration, the second respondent did not obtain more than 50% of the valid vote cast in presidential elections held on 7 December 2020. The first respondent admitted the petitioner's contention that it initially made mistakes in the figures announced on the 9th of December 2020 during the declaration by juxtaposing the total number of votes cast in the presidential elections with that of the total number of valid votes cast. However, this error was immediately corrected, and the correct figure mentioned in a press release the following day, 10th December 2020, and accordingly published in the official gazette. First respondent contended further that even with the error, the fact that the second respondent obtained more than 50% of the total valid votes cast was not in doubt. The first respondent prayed the court to dismiss petitioner's petition for disclosing no cause of action. The second respondent case in answer. The second respondent also denied petitioner's case and describes him as incompetent and devoid of any substance whatsoever. He was of the view that even though petitioners said no candidate obtained more than 50% of the total valid votes cast and sought a rerun between the two of them, the petitioner did not indicate the number of valid votes or percentage thereof that he should have obtained in the election, or the number of valid votes or percentage thereof that the second respondent should have obtained in the election to support the allegations and requests for the rerun. He contended further that the corrections of the errors by the first respondent in her statement on the 9th of December 2020, annexed by the petitioner to her statement in support of the petition, were made within the authority of the first respondent and do not infringe any law. According to second respondent, the corrections effected by the first respondent in his press release of 10 December 2020 provided a proper reckoning of the percentage of votes obtained by the second respondent using the valid votes cast rather than total votes cast, and showed that the second respondent obtained more than 50% of the valid vote cast as required under Article 63(3) of the Constitution. He averred that petitioners' claims are anchored on an innocuous mistake made by the first respondent in interchanging total votes cast for valid votes cast when announcing the various percentages obtained by each candidate on 9 December 2020. Second respondent contended strongly that when the total valid votes cast are used as the yardstick, he would still be outright winner of the election by more than 50% of the votes, even if by statistical projection, the votes of all the 128,018 registered voters in Techiman South were to be added to petitioners' votes. The second respondent averred further that if the total number of votes obtained by each candidate in Techiman South is factored into the results declared by the first respondent on 9 December 2020, the second respondent's share of the valid votes cast is still well over 51%, a fact the petitioner has not questioned in the petition. Second respondent denied allegations of violation of Articles 23 and 296 of the Constitution as misconceived. In the alleged vote pardon and the errors referred to by the petitioner, the second respondent, who denied same, contended that granted the allegations were true, they did not have any effect whatsoever on the result of the election. He said the alleged unconstitutionality of a declaration or gazette notification of an election does not constitute a challenge to the validity of an election of a person as president. He emphatically concluded that the petitioner has neither challenged the conduct of the election itself nor its validity, so his action is not an election petition properly so called and ought to be dismissed in limine. Second respondent served notice of his intention to raise a preliminary objection to the petition on the ground inter alia that the petition did not meet the requirement imposed on the petitioner under Article 64, Clause 1 of the Constitution 1992. He subsequently filed a preliminary objection, as the first respondent also did, for the dismissal of the petition on the ground that it discloses no reasonable course of action in terms of Article 64, Clause 1 of the Constitution 1992. Though both the first and second respondents prayed the court to set down for legal argument their objections in limine to petitioner's objection, the court decided to hear the petition in detail and resolve the preliminary legal objection together with other issues raised by the pleadings of the parties. Issues set down by the court for determination. The court directed each of the parties to file a memorandum of issues for trial. The parties complied and filed issues they considered material for consideration. Out of those issues and the materials contained in the petition and the answers to the petition, this court adopted the following as the real issues arising from the pleadings for determination. 1. Whether or not the petition discloses any reasonable course of action. 2. Whether or not, based on the data contained in the declaration of the first respondent of the second respondent as president-elect, no candidate obtained more than 50% of the valid votes cast as required by Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. 3. Whether or not the second respondent still met the Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution threshold by the exclusion or inclusion of the Techiman South constituency presidential election results. 4. Whether or not the declaration by the first respondent dated 9 December 2020 of the results of the presidential election conducted on the 7th December 2020 was in violation of Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1982 Constitution. And 5. Whether or not the alleged vote pardon and other errors complained of by the petitioner affected the outcome of the presidential election results of 2020. Mode of trial. Since the rules of this court regulating presidential election petition trials, that is CI 16 as amended by CI 74 and CI 99, has a regimented timetable that include a scheduled date for pre-trial case management protocols. The court adopted the procedure in the High Court Civil Procedure Rules as amended by CI 87 on the filing of witness statements with exhibits, if any. The court accordingly directed the parties to comply by filing witness statements within specified periods. They were also directed to file their written submission for and against the preliminary objection raised to the petition by the respondent. Though the petitioner defaulted initially in the direction to file witness statements and their answer to the legal submissions made by the respondents on the preliminary objection, they later complied when the court admonished them to do so within 24 hours or have their petition determined in accordance with the law. The petitioner, who did not file any witness statement of his own, filed witness statements of two witnesses he intended to rely on to establish his case. The first respondent also filed a witness statement of its chairperson, while the second respondent filed a witness statement through his attorney. Standard of proof, burden of proof, and persuasion. A petition of this nature is a form of civil litigation, and like all civil cases, the standard of proof is one on the balance of probabilities or preponderance of the probabilities. The proof prescribed in civil trials is provided under sections 10, 11, and 12 of the Evidence Act 1975, NRCD 323. These sections on the burden of proof, burden of persuasion, and burden of producing evidence, which apply equally to election petitions, provide us 10.1. For the purpose of this act, the burden of persuasion means the obligation of a party to establish a requisite degree of belief concerning a fact in the mind of the tribunal of facts or the courts. 2. The burden of persuasion may require a party A to raise a reasonable doubt concerning the existence or non-existence of a fact, or B to establish the existence or non-existence of a fact by a preponderance of the probabilities or by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. 11.1. For purpose of this act, the burden of producing evidence means the obligation of a party to introduce sufficient evidence to avoid a ruling on the issue against that party. 12.1. Except as otherwise provided by law, the burden of persuasion requires proof by a preponderance of probabilities. 12.2. Preponderance of probabilities means that that degree of certainty of belief in the mind of the tribunal of fact or the court by which it is convinced that the existence of a fact is more probable than its non-existence. End of quote. As was held by this court per edition JAC in Accra vs. Pega Transport Limited 2010 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report, page 728 at 736. Quote, it is a basic principle of law on evidence that a party who bears the burden of proof is to produce the required evidence of the facts in issue that has the quality of credibility, short of which his claim may fail. End of quote. See also the case of IE versus Shell Ghana Limited and Fraga Oil Limited, 2017-2020, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 721 and 733, where this court, speaking through Benin JSC, had this to say, quote, it must be pointed out that in every civil trial, all what the law required is proof by preponderance of probabilities. See Section 12 of the Evidence Act 1975 and RCD 323. The amount of evidence required to sustain the standard of proof would depend on the nature of the issue to be resolved. The law does not require that the court cannot rely on the evidence of a single witness in proof of the point in issue. The credibility of the witness and his knowledge of the subject matter are determinant factors. See Ama vs. Hydrafoam Estates Ghana Limited 2013-2014 to Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 1551. Indeed, even the failure by a party himself to give evidence cannot be used against him by the court in assessing his case. This court's decision in Ray Ashaliboche Lance, Ajete Agbosu vs. Kote, 2003-2004 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 420, per Judge Nawu JSC as he then was at page 448, and Ama vs. Hydrafoam Estate Ghana Limited, referred to Supra. In the last case cited, the plaintiff did not testify in the action at all, and only relied on the testimony of the court-appointed witness. Yet he succeeded, and this court considered the process valid, so long as the evidence relied upon was credible and sufficient to discharge evidential burden he assumed. Cases on election petitions in Africa and other common law jurisdictions give credence to the notion that in such cases where a petitioner seeks to annul an election or a declaration pertaining to an election, he bears the legal burden of proof throughout. See Abu Bakr versus Yaaldua, 2009, all FWLR Part 4571 Supreme Court. Odinga versus Uhuru Kenyatta, 2012, petition number 5. Opis versus Reneski, 2012, SCC 55. Biseji versus Museveni, Yoweri Kaguta, and Electoral Commission of Uganda, 2012, UGSC. 2001, Uganda Supreme Court. In the Ugandan case of Besege versus Museveni and Electoral Commission of Uganda, Supra, the Uganda Supreme Court held, quote, the burden of proof in election petitions, as in other civil cases, is settled. It lies on the petitioner to prove his case to the satisfaction of the court. And in the Yaaldua case, the Supreme Court of Nigeria held that the burden is on the petitioner to prove not only non-compliance with the electoral law, but also that the non-compliance affected the results of the election. End of quote. This court adopted the same principle in the first presidential election petition titled Ekufuado, Baumia and Obechebe Lamite versus Mahama and Electoral Commission, number 4, 2013 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report, Special Edition, page 673. The trial itself, evidence led by petitioner. The petitioner did not testify himself and appointed no attorney to testify on his behalf, but called 3 witnesses in all. They were Mr. Johnson Esiedun Ketia, PW1, Dr. Pesa White, PW2, and Mr. Robert Joseph Mertel Nunu, PW3. Under the law, the petitioner is not bound to testify himself if only he could prove his case through other witnesses or by any other means. See the case of Ray Ashalbuche, Lance, Ajete Abosu, and others, Escote, and others, Supra. We know of no law in the common law jurisdiction, especially in civil trials, that mandates a court to compel a party to testify against his will. The failure of the petitioner to testify himself is therefore not fatal to his cause, as the law permits that. What is required from him by law is for him to call requisite witnesses or put before the court sufficient material as evidence. Initially, the petitioner indicated calling 2 witnesses, so only 2 witness statements were filed on the orders of the court. These witnesses were PW1 and 2. After the 2 witnesses had completed their testimonies through the adoption of their witness statements and cross-examination, the petitioner prayed the court to permit him to call a 3rd and final witness to conclude his case. Though the prayer came at a time the petitioner had not given any prior indication of such an intention, for which counsel for the respondents raised objection to the move, the court obliged him and made an order for a witness statement to be taken from his witness to enable him to testify for the petitioner. The petitioner did so and closed his case with the witness who testified as PW3. Out of these 3 witnesses, the one whose testimony appeared to have some relevance to the issues at stake was Mr. Johnson Esiedun Ketia, PW1. He was, in fact, the star witness of the petitioner. His testimony vividly explained the reasons why the petitioner is in court. As for the other 2 witnesses, that is PW2 and 3, Dr. Pesa White and Mr. Robert Joseph Mertel, the little said about their testimonies relative to the issue at stake, the better. PW2 and PW3 were agents who represented the petitioner in the National Collation Center dubbed the Strong Room. Their testimonies were based mainly on what allegedly happened in the Strong Room during the final collation and the fact that they failed to sign the final form of the presidential election scored from 13 because of disagreements they said they had with the chairperson of first respondent and her staff in the Strong Room. They recounted a fanciful tale of how the chairperson refused to heed their complaints on some irregularities they noticed in some of the coalition forms that came from some of the regions. We describe this evidence as fanciful because that's why these alleged protests they went ahead to verify and certify 13 out of the 16 election regional coalition seats. Their testimony included an account of how the chairperson of the first respondent managed to trick them to leave the strong room by sending them on an errand to confer with the petitioner, during which period he declared the result of the presidential election without their participation. While the testimony of PW1 was emphatic that the petitioner is not in court to challenge or compare the figures or data presented by the first respondent with any other figures, the testimonies of PW2 and PW3 were in respect of alleged irregularities in the figures or data on some of the regional coalition forms that they cited in the strong room, but which they ultimately signed or certified. Notwithstanding all these allegations of misunderstandings with staff of the first respondent in the strong room and the fact that they were absent during the declaration, they did not give any indication as to how these happenings and the absence affected the final results announced by the first respondent. Having signed or certified these forms, the witnesses, particularly PW3, cannot turn around to talk of irregularities in the said forms. Their testimonies would have carried some weight if the purpose of the petition was to challenge entries made on the coalition forms or summary sheets, but that is not the case. Their testimonies were therefore of no relevance whatsoever to the issues set down for determination, and we found them unworthy for any consideration whatsoever in the settlement of the issues. In fact, regarding the testimonies of PW2 and PW3, if their evidence is to be believed, then they have to blame themselves for abandoning their post at the National Coalition Center at the time the verification and certification of the results were ongoing, and PW3 had then verified and certified 13 regional coalition results out of the 16. The agents of the petitioner were given the opportunity to be in the strong room. In addition, the petitioner had 2 additional agents as backup or standby. PW2 and PW3 were not under any obligation to leave the strong room under any circumstances. Besides, other presidential candidates had their agents or representatives in the strong room, and 8 of them signed from 13. If the petitioner's agent believed that in their absence something untoward happened, the petitioner should have called any of the other agents in the strong room to testify in court any infractions that happened in their absence, if any. The law is that when corroborative evidence exists, the law expects a party to call such evidence in proof of his case and not mount the witness box and repeat his averments on notes. The dictum in Mojalagwe versus Labi, 1959, Ghana Report 190, per Olenuji Ashiden was a still good law. The petitioner's agents were given the opportunity to represent petitioner in the strong room, and they decided to leave. They cannot complain now that the declaration was done in their absence. With respect to the duties of party agents or representatives, we refer to the Kenyan case of Amolo Odinga and another versus Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission and 4 others, number 2 of 20th September 2017, where Indongu SCJ opined that once the Constitution gives citizens the right to vote, the freedom to choose, and conditions are created for the realization of that right, it is not the business of the court to aid the indolent. If party agents are required to be present, sign statutory form, and undertake any other legitimate duty that is imposed upon them as part of the political process in an election, then they are under obligation to do it. To fail to do so is not only to fail one's party, but also to fail our democracy. The courts must frown upon any such inaction, reluctance, and delay. A candidate or her agent cannot abscond duty from a polling station and then ask the court to overturn the election because of a failure to sign a statutory form. Every party in an election needs to pull their own weight to ensure that the ideals in Article 86 are achieved, that we shall once and for all have simple, accurate, and verifiable, secure, accountable, transparent elections. Again, in the Nigerian case of Atiku Abubakar, the Independent National Electoral Commission, and Buhari, Supra, Mohammed Lawal Garba, JC stated that it is pertinent to restate that from the evidence of all the witnesses called by the appellant, they admitted that their polling agents signed all the result sheets, and this so voluntarily on the instruction of their party, the first respondent. The implication is therefore obvious, as it would have authenticated the validity of the documents. In other words, the result sheets. The agents in law were all presumed to understand what they appended their signatures thereto. They could not in the circumstances have turned around to deny the contents of their signatures. End of quote. Evidence of PWI. Regard to the first witness, PWI, the government of his evidence as per his witness statement after the court had expunged some portions of same upon objection raised by the respondent is captured in the answers he gave during cross-examination by counsel for the first and second respondents. According to him, the petitioner did not come to court to challenge the validity of the figures or data presented by the chairperson of the first respondent. That is why in his testimony, he did not provide any data to contradict that of the first respondent. His assertion was that the figures initially collated by the chairperson contained errors, which his party, the National NDC, the National Democratic Congress, pointed out in a letter addressed to the chairperson on the 9th of December 2020 before the declaration. However, in effecting corrections to the wrong figures or data, the first respondent did not invite them for their participation, but unilaterally effected the said corrections contrary to Articles 23 and 296 A and B of the 1992 Constitution. The question is, what is the legal implication, if any, of first respondent failure to involve the petitioner and his agents in correcting administrative or clerical errors made in the computation or the declaration? Neither the petitioner nor his witnesses mentioned any to us, and we do not find any. The court has held in several cases, including the recent ones of Gregory Afoko versus Attorney General, writ number J1/8/2019, dated 19 June 2019, unreported, and Mayor Ablese and two others versus Attorney General, suit number J1/28/2018, dated 28 November 2018, unreported, that breaches or violations of Article 23 on administrative justice and the exercise discretion under Article 26, the exercise of discretion under Article 296 of the 1992 Constitution by administrative bodies, which includes the first respondent, are not matters for the Supreme Court. These are infractions that the petitioner could have sought redress in the High Court. To quote Mafusam JSC in the Afoko case, Supra, Article 23 of the Constitution deals with administrative actions, and even where a breach of that provision is alleged, the remedy lies in the High Court and not this court. Article 23 is part of Chapter 5 of the 1992 Constitution on Fundamental Human Rights and Freedoms, which by Article 33, 1 and 2 of the Constitution ought to be enforced in the High Court. End of quote. See also Eduse versus Attorney General, 1996-97, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report, page 1, and Eduse versus Attorney General number 2, 1997-98, Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 753. On the exercise of discretion under Article 296 and alleged breaches or violations of sin, this court in the Mayor Ablese case, Supra, held per Coty JSC as follows. Throughout the Constitution, discretion has been vested in persons or bodies charged with the responsibility to exercise one power or the other. Where the discretionary power is not exercised according to law, the recourse by an aggrieved party lies in some other remedy provided for in the Constitution, and not an invitation to invoke the original jurisdiction of this court. End of quote. Though the two authorities cited above involve the invocation of the original jurisdiction of this court under Articles 2(1)(b) and 131 of the 1992 Constitution, the same applies to an election petition. The first respondent is an independent body that performs its functions without anybody's directions or assistance. Article 46 is specific about this. It reads, except as provided in this Constitution or any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, in the performance of its functions, the Electoral Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. End of quote. There is no dispute that the first respondent complied with Article 296 Clause C when it published the regulations CI 127. By this publication, the first respondent did not breach Clause B of Article 296, as its actions were not capricious and arbitrary. They were regulated by CI 127, and there is no complaint anywhere by the petitioner that the first respondent did not comply with CI 127. If it is the case of anybody that the first respondent violated Articles 23 and 296 in the discharge of his duties, which included the declaration of the presidential results under Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1982 Constitution, the remedy of that person lies in the High Court, because strictly such a complaint cannot be an election petition challenging the validity of the election of the President of Ghana. The respondent case. At the close of the petitioner's case, the respondent decided or elected not to testify at the proceedings. They relied on Order 38, Rule 3E5 of the High Court Civil Procedure Rule CI 47 as amended by CI 87, which the court adopted to regulate the trial in addition to the rules provided under CI 16 as amended by CI 74 and CI 99. The respondents prayed the court to decide the issues before it on the strength of the oral and documentary evidence led by the petitioner through his witnesses. This decision by the respondent, which is not a novelty but accepted as settled practice, attracted strong opposition from counsel for the petitioner, who insisted that the chairperson of the first respondent must be made to testify for her to be cross-examined. All the attempts employed by counsel for the petitioner, which included an attempt to reopen petitioner's case, for him to subpoena the chairperson of the first respondent to testify for him as a witness, and an application to review the court's ruling on respondent's decision not to call evidence, which were all resisted by counsel for the respondents, were dismissed by the courts. You would like to reiterate the point made above that in law, the step taken by the respondents has the sanction of time-honored and settled practice in our adversarial system of justice. The position of the law is that after the close of the plaintiff or a petitioner's case, a defendant or a respondent for that matter has three options open to him. The defendant or respondent may elect to open his defense and call witnesses if he so wishes. Secondly, the defendant or respondent may elect to rest his case on the plaintiffs or petitioners when he is of the view that the case of the plaintiff or petitioner is weak and has failed to raise a prima facie case to warrant the defense to answer. Lastly, the defendant or respondent may elect to make a no-case submission, whereupon he may be put to an election by a trial judge. There is no case submission. This no case submission, is to the effect that even if the whole of the evidence led by the plaintiff is admitted, there is no prima facie case made out by the plaintiff or petitioner. Mohammed Lawal Garba, JC of the Court of Appeal of Nigeria, in the presidential election petition between Atiku Abubakar and another versus Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and two others, petition number CE/PEPC/002/2019, dated 11 September 2019, stated, quote, "The third position of the law is that a defendant to an action or a respondent in an election petition is entitled to rest his case on that of the claimant or the petitioner, where he has, through devastating cross-examination, elicited or extracted sufficient evidence to support and prove the facts or assertions contained in his pleadings. In such circumstances, a defendant or respondent can decide not to call any witness. It does not amount to not calling evidence or failure to call evidence." End of quote. The Nigerian Court of Appeal, in coming to this above conclusion, relied on the dictum of Justice Kekri Ikun JSC in the case of Pastor Eze Inyan, Andrew and another, versus INEC, 2018 9 NWR Part 1C25 507 at 582 AM, where the Supreme Court held, quote, evidence elicited from a party or his witness under cross-examination which goes to support the case of the party cross-examining constitute evidence in support of the case or defense of the party. If at the end of the day the party cross-examining decides not to call any witness, he can rely on the evidence elicited from cross-examination in establishing his case or defense. One may, however, say that the party called no witness in support of his case, not evidence as the evidence elicited from his opponent under cross-examination, which is in support of his case or defense, constitutes his evidence in the case. The exception is that the evidence so elicited under cross-examination must be on the facts pleaded by the party concerned for it to be relevant to the determination of the question or issue in controversy between the parties, having regard to the fact that the relevant evidence elicited from the appellants relate to the facts pleaded by way of defense to the action. They form part of the respondent case and can be relied upon by the respondent in establishing their defense to the action without calling witnesses to further establish the said defense. End of quote. This court, therefore, after the respondents have decided not to call witnesses, directed the parties in the petition to file their closing addresses or submissions for consideration of the court in resolving the issues set down for trial. Submission by petitioner and the respondent. The respondent filed their witness submissions as directed by this court on 17th February 2021. Petitioner, on the other hand, did not comply with the directives of the court to file his closing address or submission by the close of 17 February 2021. He, however, later sought leave of the court to file it out of time, which the court granted. He therefore filed his submission or closing address on the 23rd of February 2021. We shall refer to the relevant portions of the submissions or closing address when necessary in addressing the issue set down for determination. Evaluation of the evidence on record and the decision of the court. This court set down 5 issues for the determination. They were: 1, whether or not the petition discloses any reasonable course of action, whether or not, based on the data contained in the declaration of the first respondent of the second respondent as president-elect, no candidate obtained more than 50% of the valid vote cast as required by Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. 3, whether or not the second respondent still met the Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution threshold by the exclusion or inclusion of the Techi-Mansar constituency presidential election results. 4, whether or not the declaration by the first respondent dated 9 December 2020 of the results of the presidential elections conducted on the 7 December 2020 was in violation of Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. Whether or not the alleged vote pattern and other errors complained of by the petitioner affected the outcome of the presidential election results of 2020. We shall now address the issue settled for determination in this petition. Issue 1, reasonable course of action. The first issue is whether or not the petition discloses a reasonable course of action. Though this issue was raised by the respondent as a preliminary point, the court decided to deal with it alongside the determination of the substantive issues settled for the trial. The court accordingly ordered the parties to file their respective submissions on this issue. The case of the respondent on this issue is that examining the petition and considering the reliefs thereof, no reasonable course of action has been raised to properly invoke the jurisdiction of the court under Article 64 of the 1982 Constitution, and for that matter, the petition should be dismissed summarily. According to the respondent, the petition does not challenge the voting process and the counting of ballots, neither does the petition challenge the collation of votes from the polling stations through to the National Coalition Center and the declaration of the results of the presidential election. The respondents argued further that the thrust of the petitioner's complaints relates to the errors contained in the declaration of the winner of the presidential election by the chairperson of the first respondent on the 9 December 2020 and the subsequent correction of the errors. The respondent posited that the facts alleged in the petition and reliefs thereof do not meet the threshold of challenging the validity of the presidential election as envisaged under Article 64, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution. The petitioner opposed the preliminary objection and argued that the petition discloses a course of action against the respondent. The petitioner argued, for example, that the petition alleges that the figures used by the chairperson for the first respondent to declare the results was in breach of the Constitution, that the figures supplied by the first respondent did not at all reflect the actual results of the elections, that the first respondent officials padded votes in favor of the second respondent, and also alleged wrong aggregation of votes. The petitioner therefore submitted that the objection be dismissed. It is right that a party such as the petitioner who initiates an action in court against another person must have an accrued cause of action. A cause of action is the existence of facts which give rise to an enforceable claim or a factual situation, the existence of which entitles one to obtain from the court a remedy against another. Generally, before a party issues a writ, he must have a right recognized in law, which right has been violated by the defendant. In ascertaining whether the petition, the subject of this action discloses a reasonable cause of action, it is important that the court critically examine the petition so filed, in particular the grounds, the reliefs endorsed therein, and the answers filed by the respondents, for the court to satisfy itself that on the face of the petition, tribal issues have been raised. These issues could be issues of fact, law, or both law and fact. We think that once the court is satisfied that the issues raised in an originating process, such as a petition or a writ, is not frivolous, then a cause of action has been disclosed to invoke the jurisdiction of the court. In the case of the Sibre Asariba the second and 4 others versus Attorney General, 2010 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 463. This court, speaking through Judge Nawood CJ, stated that to identify the real substance of actions brought before the court, we have observed that the proper approach is to examine the writs as well as the pleadings in this type of litigation, the reliefs and the facts verified by the affidavit. End of quote. Further, it is always the duty of the court not to assume jurisdiction over a suit where the court has no jurisdiction over either the subject matter of the suit, the parties to the action, or where a party to the suit is not clothed with capacity regarding the subject matter in issue. Again, a court may not assume jurisdiction over a case where issues of limitation, estoppel, per rem judicata are raised and proof as preliminary points. In the circumstances of any of the above being applicable, the court ought not to assume jurisdiction to determine the merits of the case before it. In the absence of the existence of any of these factors, the court decided to incorporate its ruling on this issue in its final judgment. In this petition, the petitioner was one of the candidates who contested the presidential election held on 7th of December 2020, and thus had the right to challenge the validity of the results declared by the chairperson of the first respondent if he is so aggrieved. The petitioner by this petition is challenging the act of the chairperson of the first respondent, declaring the second respondent the winner of the elections on grounds that the second respondent did not cross the constitutional threshold of more than 50% votes. The petitioner has also alleged wrong aggregation of votes and vote padding by officers of the first respondent in favor of the second respondent. We are of the opinion that these allegations relate to the integrity of the election, and if proved, may impact the validity of the election. The allegations thus provide enough grounds for the invocation of the jurisdiction of this court under Article 64 of the 1992 Constitution, and thus confer on the petitioner a course of action to initiate the action. The second respondent at paragraph 23 of his written submissions in support of the preliminary objection did concede that the allegation of wrong aggregation of votes and vote padding could be described as irregularities in an action, but the number in an election, but the number of votes involved in the allegations cannot materially affect the outcome of the election. On this concession, as well as our own thinking, we are convinced that the petition discloses a reasonable course of action. We wish to state that a court called upon to decide whether or not a party has a course of action must not dwell so much on the strength of that party's case, since that can only be determined if the matter is submitted to trial. For example, in this petition, the court must assume jurisdiction in order to determine whether the averments regarding the declaration of results and the issue of CI 135 are sustainable in law, whether there was vote padding, and if so, whether it had any impact on the results declared by the chairperson of the first respondent. On this issue, therefore, the argument that the petitioner must have a weak case may have On this issue, therefore, the argument that the petitioner may have a weak case is no good ground to summarily dismiss the petition as contended by the respondent. See Appear, Disika versus Boachi, 1993-94, 1 Ghana Report 417, where this court held that whenever the pleadings in the case raise some questions fit to be decided by evidence, the mere fact that the party's case or defense might be weak will be no ground for striking it out. On this point, we agree with the decision in the oft-quoted case of Dyson versus Attorney General, 1911 1 KB 410, cited by counsel for the petitioner on terminating proceedings without plenary trial. In that case, Moulton LJ said at page 419 that, quote, the court will not permit a plaintiff to be driven from the judgment seat without considering his right to be heard, except in cases where the course of action is obviously and almost incontestably bad, end of quote. Having carefully considered the pleadings, especially the constitutional provisions referred to and the issues raised by the parties, it is our view that this petition is not incontestably bad in law or frivolous and vexatious, such that it ought to be summarily dismissed. Any alleged breach of the fundamental law of the land must be carefully examined by this court, as the only court clothed with jurisdiction to do so. It is on the basis of these reasons that we hold that the preliminary objection raised by the respondent herein should be overruled for the petition to be determined on the merits. Validity of the declaration of the results of the presidential instance, that is issue 2. We now address issue 2, which is whether or not, based on the data obtained in the declaration by the first, we will now address issue 2, which is whether or not, based on the data contained in the declaration by the first respondent of the second respondent as president-elect, no candidate obtained more than 50% of the valid vote cast as required by Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. The source of this issue could be traced to the errors in the declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent on the 9th December 2020. In that declaration, which was tendered as Exhibit A by PW1, Ms. Asaase Ketia, the chairperson of the first respondent, was seen and heard, given the particulars of the total votes of each of the 12 candidates obtained at the end of the polls, excluding the votes from Techim and South constituency, which was still outstanding. There is no doubt that in providing particulars of the votes cast, the chairperson of the first respondent announced the figure 13,434,574 when he was referring to total valid votes cast, which was in actuality 13,121,111. As a result of this erroneous reference, the petitioner pleaded at paragraph 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the petition, which are reproduced as follows. Quote 6. Purporting to declare the results, Mrs. Jean Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and returning officer for the presidential election, said, at the end of the transparent, fair, orderly, timely and peaceful presidential elections, the total number of valid votes cast was 13,434,574, representing 79% of the total registered voters. 7. In the declaration, Mrs. Jean Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election, further said that second respondent of the NPP obtained 6,730,413 votes, being 51.595% of the total valid votes cast. 8. The claim that the percentage of the total votes cast was 51.595% of the total valid votes that she herself distinctly stated to have been 13,434,574 was manifest error, and votes cast for second respondent would amount to 50% and not the 51.95% erroneously declared. 9. Mrs. Jean Adokwe-Mensah, chairperson of first respondent and the returning officer for the presidential election, further declared that, quote, John Dramani Mahama of NDC obtained 6,214,899 votes, being 47.366% of the total valid votes cast. 10. From the total valid votes cast of 13,434,574, the petitioner's percentage will be 46.260% and not 46.260% and not the 47.366% erroneously declared. End of quote. From the evidence on record, it seems the petitioner built his case around this figure of 13,434,574, erroneously announced by the chairperson of first respondent as the total valid votes cast. The description she gave to this figure was wrong. Exhibit A, which is a video clip of the declaration, gave details of all the votes obtained by all the presidential candidates, and this gave a total valid votes cast of 13,121,111. Out of this figure, the second respondent, Nana Akufo-Addo of the NPP, obtained 6,630,730,413, while the petitioner, John Dramani Mahama, obtained 6,214,889. The evidence on record is that the chairperson of first respondent, having detected the error in announcing the figure of 13,434,574 as the total valid votes cast, corrected the error and issued a press release on the 10th of December 2020. The thrust of the issue under consideration is the error in the description of figures quoted by the chairperson of first respondent while declaring the results of the presidential election. In this petition, evidence has been adduced through PW1, Mr. Siedun Ketia, to show that the actual total valid votes cast, excluding the votes from Techiman South, at the time the declaration was made, was 13,121,111. This figure has been admitted by the petitioner in paragraph 12 of his petition, which reads as follows, quote, if the total number of valid votes standing to the names of each of the presidential candidates is summed up, this would yield a total number of valid votes cast of 13,121,111, a figure that is completely missing from the purported declaration by Mrs. Jane Adukwe Mensah on 9th December 2020 and the purported rectification on 10th December 2020. End of quote. In law, a party is bound by his pleadings, and the only way he could free himself from the amendment in the pleading is through amendment. See Hammond and Adoi. Hammond and Odoi, 1982-83, 2 Ghana Report, page 1215. The above pleading was supported by the evidence of PW and Mr. Siedun Ketia while under cross-examination on the 1st of February 2021 by counsel for the second respondent. The relevant part of the cross-examination is reproduced below. Question. I am saying that from the declaration in the video clip that we just saw, which really is the basis of all your case, and you should know what is in it. The total number of valid votes that second respondent obtained is 6,730,413. Answer. That is correct, my loss. Question. The total number of votes that the petitioner obtained from the declaration announced. From the declaration announcement, your exhibit A is 6,214,899. Answer. That is so, my loss. Question. And I am also putting it to you that if you do a sum of these valid votes, it goes on. By court, you asked this question about an hour ago, more than once or twice, and it has been answered. So it goes on. Question. Can you tell the court what is 6,730,413 as a percentage of 13,121,111? My loss. My answer. My loss is 51.294 53 ad infinitum. So it can be round up to 51.295%. Question. So 51.295%. 51.295%. Not so. Answer. Yes. What about the petitioner? His total valid votes are 6,214,899. What is this sum as percentage of 13,121,111? Answer. It is 47.365569 ad infinitum. So it can be rounded up to 47.366%. Question. Do you admit? So you admit that from the chairperson of first respondent declaration on 9 December, second respondent crossed the more than 50% threshold? Answer. From the declaration as announced. Question. From the figures that we just calculated, these figures which were announced, if you do them as percentage of the actual total valid votes, these are the percentages you get for the petitioner and the second respondent. That is what I'm putting it to you. By quote, Mr. Kutampa, when you recapture your question, this is what raises a difficulty. Your previous, well, the second respondent crossed the 50% threshold. In recapturing, you change the second part, so kindly stick to the question. I am saying that from the calculation of the figures of petitioner and second respondent clearly crossed more than 50% threshold. Well, if the figures are correct, yes. Question, again, you see that when you calculated the percentage for the second respondent, you came to a figure of 51.295%. Answer, yes, my loss. End of quote. Now from these pleadings, from the pleadings of the petitioner, paragraph 12 thereof, and the evidence elicited from Mr. Sedun Ketia as shown above, there is no doubt that the petitioner accepts that the total valid vote cast was 13,121,111 and not the figure 30,434,574 erroneously described by the chairperson of first respondent on the 9th December 2020. Having determined on the evidence adduced at the trial that the total valid votes cast was 13,121,111, there is no legal basis for anyone to contend that a different figure of 30,434,574 be used as the total valid votes cast in measuring the more than 50% threshold required under Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. Indeed, PW1, Mr. Sedun Ketia, under cross-examination on the same 1st February 2021, by counsel for second respondent, admitted that it would be wrong for anyone to use the total votes cast to measure the threshold. PW1 testified under cross-examination as follows. Question, do you admit, question, so you admit that it is completely wrong for anyone to use the total votes cast as a basis for determining the percentage of votes obtained by different candidates? Answer, yes. Question, anybody who does that, he cannot be accepted anywhere in Ghana? Answer, yes, my lord. The cross-examination of PW1 continued on the same day as follows. Question, I am putting it to you that you use this erroneous figure as a basis for calling for your rerun. Answer, the question again, I want to get the answer again so I can answer. The question again. I want to get the question again so I can answer. Question, you cannot use that wrong figure as a basis for your claim that there should be a rerun between the second respondent and the petitioner. Answer, yes, my lord. End of quote. By the above evidence, PW1, Sedun Ketia conceded that the figure representing total votes cast that is 30,434,574, cannot be the basis for measuring the more than 50% threshold required for a candidate to be elected the president under Clause 3 of Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides that, quote, a person shall not be elected as president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. End of quote. The above provision of the Constitution is clear that the threshold to be crossed by a candidate declared as president should be more than 50% of the total valid vote cast and not the total votes cast. From the evidence on record, it is clear to us that it is absolutely wrong to hold on to the error committed by the chairperson of first respondent in announcing the total votes cast, when from the data used in announcing the results, the true figure representing the total valid vote cast actually totaled and was known to be 13,121,111. The evidence also is that this error was corrected. More so, there's no evidence on record showing that the error and subsequent correction had any adverse impact on the results so declared. As demonstrated, the candidate declared as winner still passed the more than 50% threshold as required by Clause 3 of the Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution. It has also been argued on behalf of the petitioner that the chairperson of first respondent could not have on her own corrected the error she made without consulting the stakeholders of the 2020 presidential election. No statute or regulation was cited to us by counsel for the petitioner for this submission, and our collective industry has not revealed any. This submission does not find favor with the court in view of Article 297C of the 1992 Constitution, provide that 297. In this Constitution and in any other law, where a power is given to a person or authority to do or enforce the doing of an act or a thing, all such powers shall be deemed to be also given as are necessary to enable that person or authority to do or enforce the doing of the act or thing. End of quote. It is important to make reference to Section 22 of the Interpretation Act 2009, Act 792, which deals with omissions and errors in the course of executing administrative or executive functions. The section provides as follows. 22(1), where an enactment confers a power or imposes a duty on a person to do an act or a thing of an administrative or executive character, or to make an appointment, the power or duty may be exercised or performed in order to correct an error or omission in the previous exercise of the power or the performance of the duty. End of quote. We are therefore of the considered opinion that the chairperson of the first respondent had the right to effect the correction she made when she erroneously referred to total votes instead of the total valid votes cast in the declaration. In concluding this issue, we hold that there is evidence on record to show that based on the data contained in the declaration of the chairperson of the first respondent, the second respondent obtained more than 50% of the valid votes cast as required by Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. Issue 3, effect of the Chimansal constituency presidential election result. The next issue is whether or not the second respondent still met the Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution threshold by the exclusion or inclusion of the Chimansal constituency presidential election result. This issue is partly addressed by the resolution of issue 2 above. The declaration by the chairperson of first respondent, which was tendered in evidence by Mr. Johnson Asaase Ketia as Exhibit A, clearly shows that the votes declared was without the votes from Techiman South constituency. It thus shows that from the evidence on record, as already held, without the votes of Techiman South constituency, the second respondent satisfied the threshold of more than 50% of the valid votes cast. The evidence on record adduced through the cross-examination of PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia, as demonstrated above, confirmed that the second respondent obtained 51.295% of the total valid votes cast, excluding the votes from Techima and South constituency. What was the result when the votes from Techima and South constituency presidential election were added to the respective votes of the second respondent and the petitioner? It is important to state that at the time the petition was filed, the result of the Techima the result of the presidential election at Techima and South constituency had been announced. The result of the Techima and South constituency was part of Exhibit E, which was tendered by PW1, Mr. Siedun Ketia. The evidence on record clearly shows that even though PW1 complained about the tabulation of the total valid votes and the total votes cast, the votes obtained by the individual candidates were not challenged. The results were certified by agents of the petitioner and the second respondent. According to Exhibit E, out of the total voting population of 128,018, the total valid votes cast was 99,436, out of which the petitioner obtained 52,034, increasing his national total valid votes to 6,266,923. That is 6,214 plus 889. Sorry, 6,214,889 plus 52,034. The second respondent also obtained 46,379, bringing his national total valid votes obtained to 6,776,792. That is 6,730,413 plus 46,379. Yes. It has been established without any dispute whatsoever that the national total valid votes cast without the votes from Techima and South was 30,121,111. So adding the total valid votes from Techima and South will give a national valid votes cast as 13,222,547. So 13,220,547. That's into bracket 13,121,111 plus 99,436,000. From the calculations above, the total valid votes obtained by the second respondent was 6,776,792, which gives a percentage of the total national valid votes cast for the second respondent as 51.259%. The computation, therefore, shows clearly that with the inclusion of the Techima and South constituency presidential results, the second respondent nonetheless made the more than 50% threshold required under Clause 3 of Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution. It has been argued by the petitioner that going by the announcement of the chairperson of the first respondent, the second respondent would not have obtained the more than 50% threshold if all the votes of Techima and South was allocated to the petitioner. This will mean crediting the petitioner with all the 128,018 votes being the total voter population of the Techima and South constituency, on the assumption that every registered voter did vote and there were no rejected ballots. The petitioner would have obtained 6,342,907. That is 6,214,899 plus 128,018. And this would also have increased the national total valid votes to 13,249,129. That is into brackets 13,121,111 plus 128,018. With this scenario, the total valid votes obtained by second respondent will remain 6,730,413, meaning the second respondent obtained 0 votes in Techima and South constituency. The second respondent votes expressed as percentage of the total valid votes cast of 13,249,129 will still give second respondent 50.7989% of the valid votes cast, thus meeting the threshold required by Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution. The above analysis, which is based on the scenario that the second respondent did not gain any valid votes in Techimai South constituency, is inaccurate and misleading, since the results from that constituency were known even before the petition was filed in this court. The end result is that the second respondent still met the threshold of more than 50% of the total valid votes cast, with the exclusion or inclusion of the Techimai South constituency presidential election results. Contrary to Counsel for Petitioners' written address that paragraph 13 and 14 of the petition stands unchallenged on record by virtue of Order 23 Rules 1 and 3 of the High Court Civil Procedure Rules CR 47, since the first respondent failed to answer the notice to admit facts served on it. The petitioner tendered Exhibit B, the press release of the first respondent dated 10th December 2020. The pleadings, Exhibit B, and the testimony of PW1 spoke to issues raised in this request to admit facts. We have already held that the correction made by the chairperson of the first respondent in the press release was within her mandate by virtue of Article 297C of the 1992 Constitution and Section 22(1) of the Interpretation Act 2009 Act 792. Secondly, PW1 Johnson and Sedun Ketia under cross-examination admitted that the total valid votes obtained by all the 12 presidential candidates captured in Exhibit A is 13,121,111. As a matter of law, regarding the application of Order 23 of CR 47, we must make it clear that with the coming into force of CR 99, no party in a presidential election dispute can arrogate to himself to apply the rules of other courts without this court's express adoption of those rules. There was no application to invoke Order 23 of CR 47 before this court. Issue 4. Whether the declaration of 9 December was in violation of Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. This issue seeks to ascertain whether on the 9th of December 2020, the first respondent, who was also the returning officer of the presidential elections, declared a candidate who contested the election as having been validly elected president when that candidate did not meet the required 50% threshold under Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. The case put up by the petitioner that has generated this issue has been particularly set out in paragraph 26, 27, 28, and 29 of the petition, which for purposes of emphasis are reproduced as follows. 26. The Gazette notice of the outcome of the presidential election is required to be based on the declaration actually made by Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, the chairperson of the first respondent and the returning officer of the result of the presidential election. 27. The Gazette notification contained in CI 135 being notification of the public declaration made by Jane Adukwe-Mensah on the evening of 9 December 2020 is also unconstitutional, null and void, and of no effect whatsoever, and therefore liable to be set aside. 28. On 10 December 2020, an unsigned press release of first respondent claimed that its chairperson, Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, had inadvertently used the figure of 13,433,573 for the total valid vote cast. The said release claimed that the total valid vote cast is not 13,109,460. A copy of the press release is attached and marked as Exhibit D and available on the first respondent website, www.ec.gov.gh, as at 11:45 hours GMT on the 29th December 2020. In this purported corrective press release, paragraph 29, in this purported corrective press release, first respondent introduced two completely new figures of the total votes in the presidential election. Thus, there was no correction properly so called, since to be valid, a correction of a prior mistake must correctly name the mistake to be corrected. In this case, the mistake to be corrected was itself mistakenly stated. The numbers 13,435,574 and 13,433,553 are completely different, with a margin of 1,001 votes. End of quote. Both the first and second respondents have made specific denials of these averments in their respective answers to the petition. The first respondent in denial of this allegation averred as follows, quote, first respondent therefore says that the petitioner's simulation of the results, which deliberately uses and relies on the total number of votes cast, which was inadvertently mentioned as total number of valid votes at the press conference to arrive at the calculation, the conclusion that the percentage of valid votes for second respondent would not meet the 60%, would not meet the Article 63 constraint threshold is misleading, untenable, and misconceived. The second respondent denial as particularly averred to in paragraph 30 of this amended answer to the petition is as follows. Quote, second respondent does not admit paragraphs 28 and 29 of the petition and says in further answer thereto that in any event the margin of 1,001 votes contained in the alleged error cannot under any circumstances affect the outcome of the election, even if added to petitioner's votes, end of quote. It is these conflicting positions of the parties which have engendered the setting down of the above issue for determination by this court, as was accentuated by this court prevailing in JSC in the case of Sapon disease substituted by Kodua vs. Jantua 2017-2020, 1 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report 736 at 747. The principle of law is that the burden of persuasion rests with the person who substantially asserts the affirmative of the issue on the pleadings, and this is the principle of law that has been unremittingly followed by our courts for decades. By law, therefore, the burden of persuasion on this issue is cast squarely on the petitioner. Besides, there is a constitutional presumption of validity of the constitutional instrument in which a person is named as president of Ghana in the outcome of a presidential election. This has been provided for under Article 63, Clause 9 of the 1992 Constitution as follows. Quote, an instrument which is executed under the hand of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and under the seal of the Commission, and B, states that the person named in the instrument was declared elected as the President of Ghana at the election of the President, shall be prima facie evidence that the person named was re-elected, end of quote. The presumption above is reverberant of the statutory presumption that is provided for in Section 37 of the Evidence Act 1975 NRC 323, which is reproduced below as follows. Quote 37.1. It is presumed that official duty has been regularly performed. End of quote. Expatiating on the scope of the application of Section 37.1 of the Evidence Act, Akins JSC delivering the judgment of this court in the case of Brobe and others versus Kwaku 1995-96, 1 Ghana Law Report 125 observed as, quote, this states the common law presumption of omnia praesumuntur rete ex acta, and the commentary on the evidence decree confirms at page 31 that it is generally applied to judicial and governmental acts, but may also be applied to duties required to be performed by law. End of quote. Accordingly, a presumption is thus a rule of law, statutory or judicial, which leads to a conclusion on a particular issue, which leads to a decision on a particular issue in favor of the party who establishes it or relies upon it, unless it is rebutted. In Humphrey's Laws of England, 4th edition, reissue, volume 11, 2, at paragraphs 1008 to 1009, page 883, which deals with rebuttable presumptions of law. The authors lucidly state the presumption thus, quote, A rebuttable presumption of law is one which leads to a decision on a particular issue in favor of a party who establishes it or relies upon it unless it is rebutted. Rebuttable presumptions of law may be created by statute or may exist at common law and may cast either a legal or evidential burden on a party seeking to rebut the presumption. End of quote. The presumption that is raised in Article 63, Clause 9 of the 1992 Constitution undoubtedly is a rebuttable one, as the 1992 Constitution makes room for the contestation of the instrument aforesaid. Being a rebuttable presumption, therefore, there is no gainsaying that the onus of its rebuttal lies on the party against whom the presumption operates. The onus of rebuttal of this prima facie evidence that the second respondent was validly elected in accordance with the provisions of Article 63, Clause 3 of 1992 Constitution does rest on the petitioner who has mounted the challenge against the said process. In the instant petition, two statutory presumptive situations exist. Section 37 of Evidence Act creates the presumption that the chairperson or the first respondent regularly performed her constitutional and statutory duties during the presidential election of 7 December 2020, leading to the declaration of the results made on 9 December 2020, unless otherwise rebutted by admissible, cogent, and credible evidence pointing to the contrary. Additionally, the effect of the instrument under the hand of the chairperson of the first respondent, that is, the declaration of the President-elect Instrument 2020 CI 135, constitutes prima facie evidence that the second respondent was duly and validly elected pursuant to Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution 2020. Thus, the presumption created by the combined effect of the two provisions, which are constitutional and statutory, can only be dislodged or displaced by sufficient evidence in law. It is our considered opinion that the error in the declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent in the declaration of the result on the 9th December 2020, which error was acknowledged and corrected, and which in reality did not adversely affect the electoral fortunes of any of the candidates who contested the presidential election, including the petitioner herein, is insufficient to rebut the presumption aforesaid. We have already determined in this judgment that in her declaration of 9th December 2020, the chairperson of the first respondent erroneously announced the figure of 30,434,574 as the total valid votes cast instead of 30,121,111, which excluded the votes from Techima and South constituency. We have demonstrated that the figures announced in the declaration, which is contained in Exhibit A, in reality represented the true will of the voters, in that no credible evidence has been adduced to challenge any of the figures allotted to the respective candidates from the polling stations. The complaint of the petitioner relating to Exhibit A is about the error committed by the chairperson of the first respondent. The evidence on record was that this error was corrected by the very next day after the declaration on the 10th of December 2020 through a press release. There is no dispute that the chairperson of the first respondent committed an error, which he made when he made the declaration. We are, however, satisfied from the evidence on record that the figures announced was as representing the valid votes obtained by the respective candidates were right and represented the will of the voters. We therefore think that the error committed by the chairperson of the first respondent cannot void the declaration, which actually announced the true wishes of the voters. To hold otherwise will mean that errors in statement and numbers committed by chairperson of the first respondent in an election which do not impact on the outcome of the result could nullify the actual results. Indeed, as discussed earlier in this judgment, there is ample evidence that the figures that were announced by the chairperson of the first respondent clearly gave the second respondent total valid votes of 6,730,413, which represents 51.295% of the total valid votes of 13,121,111. This satisfied the more than 50% threshold of valid votes as required under Clause 3 of Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution. The declaration by the first respondent, therefore, did not violate Clause 3 of Article 63 of the 1992 Constitution. The thrust of petitioner's case is that by the collated figures, none of the candidates obtained more than 50% threshold required under Article 63 Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution, and as such, the first respondent should be ordered by this court to conduct fresh elections between the second respondent and the petitioner. However, the petitioner has failed to adduce any credible evidence to establish his claim that none of the candidates obtained more than the 50% threshold. PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia testified under cross-examination that even though the petitioner had all the documents that the first respondent used to collate the result from the polling stations to the regional collation center, the petitioner decided not to tender them in evidence to support the petition. Under cross-examination by counsel for second respondent on the 1st of February 2021, this is what PW1 said, among others. Quote, question, as you know, all the documents that the EC was using to collate the results from the polling stations right up to the regional center, you had carbon copies of them, didn't you? Answer, yes, we do. Question, and I'm saying that you have not put together your carbon copies to show that indeed nobody won the elections. Answer, yes, my lords, because that is not the purpose of our petition. We did not come to court to take over the work of the Electoral Commission. But we are entitled, if we see the results are flawed, they are not born out of data, we are entitled to challenge and insist that we must have a credible results and a declaration that is on the votes that were cast at the polling stations. Question, I am saying that you have not provided any basis for your own, for your call for a runoff. Answer, no, my lords, we have not brought that data here. We did not consider it necessary to bring any such data here. End of quote. The evidence is thus clear that the petitioner failed to lead credible evidence to prove his case that none of the parties who contested the presidential election with him made the more than 50% threshold as required by Clause 3 of Article 63 of 1992 Constitution. And so there should be a rerun. All the petitioner sought to do by way of evidence was to tender Exhibit A to demonstrate that the chairperson of first respondent committed errors in making the declaration. But as already stated, that error could not take away the valid votes of the people. Having held that the declaration by the chairperson of first respondent on 9th of December 2020 did not violate Article 63, Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution, we will end the resolution of issue 4 with two admonitions. The first is that of our esteemed brother Mbafumani JSC in the case of Akufo-Addo Hernandez versus Mahama and another, Supra, at page 439. Quote, elections are complex systems designed and run by fallible human beings. Thus, it is not surprising that mistakes, errors, or some other imperfection occur during an election. Because absolute electoral imperfection is unlikely and because finality and stability are important values, not every error, imperfection, or combination of problems found in an election contest voice the election or changes its outcome. End of quote. The second is to express our disagreement with this issue, in these positions, that the petitioner literally hangs on how his release on. The petitioner attacked the oral declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent in relief A, B, and C, and consequently sought an annulment of CI 135 in relief D. He also invited the court to injunct the second respondent from holding himself out as the president-elect on the account of the errors described in the declaration in his relief E. for the court to order a rerun between the petitioner and second respondent on account of the alleged effect of these errors in Relief F. But as shown from the evaluations and analysis above, it was part of the petitioner's case in paragraph 6 of the petition that the first alleged error arose because of a misdescription of the number of total votes cast as total valid votes cast. The petitioner also asserted his knowledge of the total valid votes cast in paragraph 12 of his petition, and yet the petitioner is inviting the court to ignore the substantive truth of the result of the election and give him reliefs on the basis of the errors pointed out in his own petition. He is also inviting the court to use the mistakes he has described to tamper with the true and known result of the presidential election and the will of the people. By his relief A, it is only when the court opposed the error in the description of total votes cast instead of total valid votes that the declaration would be in breach of Article 63(3). Again, by relief F, B, it is when the court ignores the substantive relief of the election, results of the election, that it declare that no candidate won more than 50% of the votes. The petitioner is making his claim knowing that if the court agrees, the court will essentially change the true outcome of the election. In the combined effects of relief C and F, the petitioner is asking this court to find the oral declaration made on 9 December 2020 to be unconstitutional, null and void, and yet for this court to use void declaration to change the result of the election by ordering a rerun between the two leading candidates. These are submissions that must not appeal to any court of justice, equity, and good conscience. Issue 5, the alleged vote padding. The last issue set down for this trial is whether or not the alleged vote padding and other errors complained of by the petitioner affected the outcome of the presidential election results of 2020. The petitioner has alleged in his petition that the first respondent favored the second respondent with padded votes totaling 5,662 in 32 constituencies. In proof of this allegation, the petitioner tendered through PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia Exhibit F, which is a spreadsheet covering sample details from 26 constituencies, showing the alleged vote padding by certain officials of the first respondent in favor of the second respondent. It is pertinent to note that even though the pleadings of the petitioner alleges that the vote padding took place in 32 constituencies, totaling 5,662 votes, PW1 in his witness statement testified that the vote padding rather took place in 26 constituencies and totaled 4,693 votes. We know that even though PW1 alleged in his witness statement that the vote padding was done by some officials of the first respondent, his evidence did not name any alleged official. That leg of the allegation was not proof either. The allegation of vote padding in favor of second respondent was denied by both respondents. Having been so denied, one expected the petitioner to adduce credible evidence to prove him. However, the only evidence adduced on this issue was the tendering of Exhibit F, the spreadsheet containing samples from 26 constituencies showing the alleged vote padding. To be specific, the allegation as stated at paragraph 36 of Mr. Asaase Ketia's witness statement was that when the votes of second respondent obtained in all polling stations as shown on their respective pink sheets in the 26 constituencies are aggregated, the resultant figure differs from the figure that was declared by first respondent for second respondent as captured on the summary sheets of the respective constituencies. Having alleged as above, one expected that the pink sheets of the 26 stations in the pink sheets of the polling stations in the 26 constituencies would have been exhibited to prove the vote padding as alleged. This was not done, apart from the spreadsheet, which was self-serving document. PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia admitted that what he had tendered were only samples, but no effort was made to submit the rest, if indeed they existed. Besides the allegation of vote padding, the petitioner also alleged that there was wrong aggregation of votes, totaling 960 votes in favor of second respondent. This was contained in Exhibit E, tendered by PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia. We find the allegation of vote padding very serious, since its occurrence undermines the integrity of an election. This impact being that votes are unlawfully added to the votes of a candidate to increase the total votes of that candidate. We have observed already that this allegation was not proof as expected of the petitioner. However, assuming the votes padding of 4,693 took place at all in favor of second respondents as alleged by PW1 in Exhibit F, this court would then have to ascertain its impact on the final results declared by the first respondent. Indeed, evidence on record clearly showed that the impact of the alleged vote padding, even if proved, would have been very insignificant and would not have materially affected the outcome of the elections. It would therefore not have been a proper ground for the annulment of the 2020 presidential elections. This is so because if one deducts the alleged votes padded from the total valid votes obtained by the second respondent, he would still have crossed the more than 50% threshold required under Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution. This fact was established through the cross-examination of PW1, Mr. Asaase Ketia, on 1st February 2021 by counsel for the second respondent as follows. Question: the original figure is 6,730,143. Subtract from the 4,693. What do you get? Answer: you get 6,725,720. Question: what is that figure as a percentage of 13,121,111? Answer: 51.295%. So you see that even if you were to deduct your alleged padded votes from the votes of the second respondent, he still crosses the 50% plus threshold. Answer: I disagree, because samples cannot be subtracted from another population figure. We observe that PW1 from the above extract was merely being evasive, since it is obvious that if we take away the alleged padded votes of 4,693 from the total valid votes of the second respondent as at 9 December 2020, as shown above, the second respondent will still have obtained more than 50% of the total valid votes cast, satisfying the threshold of Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution. On this issue, we are settled in our minds that the allegation of vote padding, though serious in an election such as the presidential election, was not proved by credible evidence. Furthermore, even if the vote padding took place, same was not material or substantial to change the final results, so declared by the chairperson of the first respondent. In holding that the impact of the vote padding, if even proved, could not have affected the declaration, we are emboldened by the decision of Lord Denny in the case of Morgan versus Simpson, 1975, 1 Queen's Bench 151, which was cited by counsel for the petitioner in his closing address. We observe, however, that counsel for petitioner only referred us to only one of the three propositions articulated by Lord Denny. In that case, Lord Denny summarized the duty of courts in making declarations upon hearing election petitions. He stated three propositions as follows. 1. If the election was conducted so badly that it was not substantially in accordance with the law as to elections, the election is vitiated, irrespective of whether the result was affected or not. 2. If the election was so conducted that it was substantially in accordance with the law as to elections, it is not vitiated by a breach of the rules or a mistake at the polls, provided that it did not affect the result of the election. 3. But even though the election was conducted substantially in accordance with the law as to elections, nevertheless, if there was a breach of the rules or a mistake at the polls, and it did affect the results, then the election is vitiated. When Lord Dennis' propositions are read as a whole, the combined effect of the propositions is that an election will be voided upon the occurrence of infractions that actually affect the votes of the citizens cast at the polling stations, and not the incidents of administrative errors and or mistakes committed by officers charged with the conduct of such elections. We find this same sentiment expressed by our own eminent jurist, Adinyina JSC, in the first presidential election petition case, Akufo-Addo and others versus Mahama and others. Number 4, 2013 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report, Special Edition, page 733 at page 237. 237 to 238 per her ladyship had this to say, quote, courts usually apply the election code to protect, not to defeat the right to vote. Public policy favors salvaging the election and giving effect to the voters' intent, if possible. The right to vote is at the core of our democratic dispensation, a principle I've affirmed in this opinion with reference to the Tenadi and Anya Okansi line of cases. End of quote. Conclusion. We conclude this judgment by emphasizing that the petitioner did not demonstrate in any way how the alleged errors and unilateral corrections made by the first respondent affected the validity of the declaration made by the chairperson of the first respondent on the 9th December 2020, as already stated in this judgment. The petitioner has not produced any evidence to rebut the presumption created by the publication of CI 135, for which his action must fail. We have therefore no reason to order a rerun as prayed by the petitioner as in relief F. We accordingly dismiss the petition as having no merit.
As the court pleases.
My court, the petition is dismissed as without merits. We make no order as to cause.
We are grateful to the court.
My Lord, we are most grateful for the lucid judgment of the court.
Lord, with respect, may speaking for us take the opportunity to thank the registrar of the court and also the staff for their support in getting the proceedings and meeting out at weekends to file processes. We thank them too.
I just have one comment. I'm surprised that for the various teams, your frontline staff did not include any woman. Both the petitioner, the first respondent, the second respondent, your frontline legal representation did not include any woman, but there are ladies at the bar, and every effort should be encouraged. No, frontline, the four. Frontline.
Order in court, please. Order.
Is there any reason somebody like Sheila Minka Premo and former Attorney General Idrusu should be able to explain why this thing should be encouraged in this day and age?
My Lord, if I may.
Okay,
if your lordships will recall.
Frontline. You are four.
If your lordships will recall, on the first day, we proceeded to announce lawyers for the second respondent. And indeed, we did announce Sheila Minka Proma when the court said no, we couldn't have more than four.
Because of the COVID protocol.
All rise.
lives.
Well, yeah, the time is exactly a minute past midday, and you're live here on Asaase Radio 99.5. And we've been bringing you the live coverage of the judgment of the 2020 election petition as has just gone by. And finally, some finality has been brought to this particular case. It's been a number of weeks. In fact, it's been 2 months and a number of days of going through this entire election petition. This particular petition was filed on 30th December 2020, and today being the 4th of March 2021, we have received final judgment as delivered by the Supreme Court. 5 matters were summarized or were set down by the Supreme Court based on the petition for determination. The first being whether there was a cause of action for which reason that petition should have any merit and be heard. That was the first issue to be determined. The second issue was whether the second respondent obtained the more than 50% of valid votes cast threshold as stipulated by Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution to be declared as winner of the elections. The third being that with the exclusion of the results of Techiman South, whether or not indeed the second respondent, in this case Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, obtained the more than 50% of valid votes cast threshold as stipulated by Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution once again. The fourth was whether or not the Electoral Commissioner or the chairperson of the Electoral Commission declaring the second respondent being Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as winner of the elections violated the provisions of Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution. And finally, whether or not there was vote padding in favor of the second respondent, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and if that indeed would alter the results or the declaration that was made to the effect that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo obtained more than that 50% of valid votes cast. These were the 5 issues set down by the Supreme Court, and finally the Supreme Court has come to deliver its judgment in that regard. On the very first issue of whether or not there was a cause of action for this particular petition, the Supreme Court did rule that indeed the petitioner was well within their right, and hence there was a cause of action for them to actually come with this particular petition. And they did make a very instructive statement that a cause of action cannot be nullified on the grounds of the weakness of a particular petitioner's case. And they did quote case law to support that. And so on that preliminary objection, as was made by the second respondent, and also indeed the first and second respondents, that was decided upon, and the answer is straightforward. Indeed, the petitioner had a cause of action. The second being that the second issue which was determined was to the effect that indeed the second respondent obtained more than the 50% of the total valid votes cast as per the Constitution's provision, that's Article 63(3), required for one to be declared winner of the presidential elections. And 2 things were said which were very emphatic by the Supreme Court. The fact that it would be absolutely wrong for the petitioner to hold on to the error of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission in the declaration, that is misdescribing the valid votes cast as valid votes as grounds upon which they were coming for a certain annulment of the declaration as was made. And also a second statement that was made by the court was to the effect that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission was within her rights as provided in law to effect that correction that she made the following day, which is the 10th of December, after the initial declaration made on the 9th. And so she was not required by any law, be it the Constitution or any act of Parliament or constitutional or legislative instrument, to necessarily consult any of the parties that had an interest in this particular election before effecting that correction. And so those were two emphatic statements made in respect of the second issue that they made a determination on. On the third issue of whether or not, with the exclusion of the results of Techiman South, the second respondent, that's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, obtained the minimum constitutional threshold to be declared winner of the elections, the Supreme Court did rule that indeed Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo obtained more than the 50% threshold required, or 50% valid votes cast required to be declared as winner of the 2020 elections. And in doing the computation, they did indicate that upon adding the results of even Techiman South, it was going to bring his position to about 51.259%. And upon the assumption that he even had zero from Techiman South, and so all votes, all registered persons in Techiman South, their votes were added to that of the petitioner, still the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was the second respondent, would have obtained 50.789% of valid vote cast. And they were quick to also indicate that that assumption was actually not the case, since not all registered voters in Techiman South voted, and also not all those who voted did vote for the petitioner, that is John Dramani Mahama. So that was it for the third issue. The fourth issue was to the effect that whether or not the declaration as made by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission was in contravention or was in violation of Article 63(3) of the Constitution. And the court did rule that the declaration by the chairperson of the EC of the 2020 election results did not violate the provisions of Article 63(3) of the 1992 Constitution. And indeed, they said that the errors in the declaration by the chairperson of the EC on 9th December 2020 did not annul the actual results of the 2020 elections as a result of the people of Ghana going to the polls to cast their vote. And finally, on the issue of vote pardon, whether or not there was vote pardon and whether that did actually affect the results in any way such that it would not give Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as declared winner the constitutional minimum of more than 50% to be declared winner, the court did rule that that allegation was not proven. And even if it were proven with the attachments by the petitioner, that number was too immaterial to change the results in any way or form. And so basically what the Supreme Court is saying then is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was validly elected, and therefore the petition had no merit and hence has been dismissed accordingly. We cross over to the Supreme Court right away and get to talk to or get the footage of the counsel for the various parties even as they address the press. We'll be back. Stay with us here on Asaase Radio 99.5 megahertz.
We all heard the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we are unable to address you now. We shall, however, address you through our flag bearer at 5 p.m. at his office. I therefore entreat you all to carry your media to the flag bearer's office at 5 p.m. at Cantonments. That is all we have for you, and thank you very much.
Well, you just heard the one of the spokespersons for the petitioner, lawyer Amaliba, who just addressed the press, indicating that what they have to say, and this is very much not akin to what has been the practice after the various sittings of this particular petition, where they come and speak to to copious matters as had ensued in the court. Now they are indicating that they are going to only speak through their flag bearer who led them in the 2020 elections, and that delivery is going to be done at the residence of the flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, his residence here at Cantonment in Accra at 5 p.m. And so it's imploring the media to carry all our equipment to that particular location, even as the former president, who was also the flag bearer of the NDC, addresses the nation with respect to this particular election petition that has just ended, for which judgment has been given. Very soon, we'll be having the counsel or the spokespersons for the other parties speak to the press. But before that, we would want to still stay with the Supreme Court. We have our court correspondent, who is also the head of our legal and political desk, Mr. Wilberforce Asare, on standby to speak to us on the happenings at the Supreme Court right now. Wilberforce, if you can hear me, we seem to have lost Wilberforce there on the line. Once we are able to raise him, we are going to speak to him to give us a sense of what is happening on the grounds. Also, we'll be going to the various headquarters, that's the headquarters of the NDC as well as the MPP, to gauge the mood there, what supporters are doing, what their party executives are doing, and how they are taking this particular judgment. And this will be bringing you live here on Asaase Radio 99.5. We are also live on Facebook on Asaase Radio 99.5, and also on Facebook on Asaase TV Official, on YouTube I should say, on Asaase TV Official, where you can engage us. Of course, you can send